I used to work closing shifts at a certain unnamed fast food franchise. Because of this, my coworkers and I would generally clock out together around midnight. I consider myself friends with all of my closing coworkers, so during the summertime we got into this habit of staying after work in the parking lot to shoot the shit and just hang around. The restaurant is generally in a nice neighborhood, regular patrolling cops, and we were right next to our cars, so we never felt unsafe. One night, we were talking to each other for about 2 hours or so I got into my car to leave at around 2 in the morning. This was probably really stupid of me, but my heart clenched as I realized my gas light was on and had been while I'd driven to work earlier that day. I reasoned with myself that I wouldn't likely have enough gas to get home and then drive out again the next morning to get some. So against my better judgment and my nerves, I resigned myself to driving to the Circle K 2 streets over. This was still a nice neighborhood, and my only other option for gas was a station that doubled as a truck stop and a Greyhound stop, so that one scared me more. Looking back, I probably should have just asked a coworker to come with me, and then this wouldn't have happened. As I pull up to the pump closest to the door, I noticed that the only other car at the pumps belonged to the middle-aged man that was probably in his 30s to 40s. He made me nervous, but didn't come near me or try to talk to me, so I wasn't exactly scared. The gas attendant was a woman, so that made me feel a little less nervous. I asked where the bathrooms were, and when I got out of them, the other man was gone. I thanked the attendant on my way out of the station room. As I was walking towards my car, I heard a man call out to me, "Hey miss." I look over and there's a man coming out of the garbage corral. "Can you come over here?" I noticed that he wasn't in a uniform, so I could tell that he didn't work there. Not that that would have made the situation any better. At this point, I was next to my car at the well-lit gas pump. "No," I called out, and even heard how anxious I sounded. He started walking over to my car. At this point, I'd be satisfied with just filling up my tank halfway. I feel for my back pocket where I usually keep my phone and it wasn't there. Panicked, I figured I left it inside my car, but didn't want to look in case the guy was paying attention to that. "Nice night out, right?" He stepped into the pump area, but is still a few yards away. I mutter out a nervous, "Yeah," and hope he leaves me alone. He doesn't, and asks, "How old are you?" Now, I'd been scared the entire interaction, but brand new warning alarms were going off in my head as I blurted, "I'm 16. I'm not. I was actually 19 when this happened, and I'm 20 now, but he didn't need to know that. I figured if he thought I was a minor, he would leave me alone. He looks at me with narrowed eyes and starts to say, "Oh, well, you look..." He cuts off, but I knew he was going to say I looked older than that. I'm satisfied with the amount of gas in my car, so I start to get the pump gun back in place and leave. "How's your night, miss?" Tell him it's been fine and ask him how his has been. My tone is still very nervous, and I'm only answering because I'm getting into my car, and I've been conditioned to be polite, above all else. He's scarily close to my car, maybe 5 feet away. He looks at me again and then walks away. I lock my car immediately and start to get ready to go. He wasn't anywhere in the parking lot when I looked up, so I figured he left. Either way, I tailed it out of there. As I'm leaving, I pay attention behind me, and as I pass the building, I see him standing there flush against the side of the building, watching my car leave. I was still shaking when I parked in my driveway, because although there was no way he could have followed me home, I knew that I was in a situation where I was either getting trafficked or raped next to a dumpster. So this just made me super uncomfortable. I'm a single mom, 21 years old, and my daughter is 4. We stopped at a gas station on a part of town that isn't awful, but it's not great either. I don't usually go there, but really needed gas. First, I noticed it was literally all men there that I could see from my car. They were super rough, scary looking. I'm about to get out, but something just felt wrong. I'm really protective when it comes to my daughter, so I was really cautious taking her anywhere because we were pretty vulnerable. Well, a guy with tattoos covering every bit of visible skin, not kidding, his face was covered with tattoos, and another guy looking pretty thuggish passed my car. I hadn't gotten out yet, but they smiled, and one of them pulled out a huge knife and showed it to me, started laughing, while the other one pulled out a gun and winked at me while pretending like he was going to shoot me. I was so terrified, I got out of there super fast. Thank goodness we made it to the next gas station without running out of gas. Not super creepy, but it felt like it. As I mentioned in my other creepier post, I look younger than I really am, thanks to my height of 5 foot, and the fact that I don't age like normal girls. I only just remembered this story when I was talking to my mom. February 11th was the night of the Valentine's dance I was attending. I wore my mother's golden prom dress, and my friend Anne had a white and pink dress. This is important information. Anne's dad was our chaperone, so afterwards, we got into the car and drove to a gas station. He asked us both to go in and pay for the gas, but since Anne had no idea what to do, I did it. Upon approaching the counter, the man greeted us. "Where are you pretty ladies headed to?" Since he had a bit of broken English tone, I tried to be polite. "We just got back from a dance." Keep in mind, it was around 12 in the morning now. "Oh, I should have went. Maybe I can get some pretty ladies like you two." He had a smirk on his face now. Anne and I were already freaked out, so we just excused ourselves so we could look at some keychains. While we were whispering about how creepy he is, I catch him peeking over the counter and looking at us multiple times. Suddenly, he starts talking. "So how old are you pretty ladies?" "About 18, I guess." We were nowhere near 18. We might have looked a little bit older thanks to the heels and the makeup we wore, but that's it. I'm older than my friend by a year, so I was still 14 and she was 13, but our birthdays were just in a few days. Anne started to tell him our ages till I spoke up and said, "So we need to go," and dragged her outside. I'm not going to end this with the whole let's not meet thing, but I never actually saw him after that night. I know this is not scary, but it freaked us out. I know a lot of people are going to say this is fake, but I swear it's not. I got my best friend as a witness. This happened a few years ago when I was about 13. I'm 5'7" and about 125 pounds, so I'm pretty small, but I usually have pepper spray and a pocket knife on me. I'm embarrassed to say though, that in the excitement of exploration with my best friends, I forgot my pepper spray and knife. I love to explore and travel even, or especially, go to places I'm not allowed. So when I moved in, of course, one of the first places I explored was the train tracks. I had my best friend come over one day to explore the neighborhood with me, and we decided the train tracks was a perfect place to explore. We were walking for about an hour or two, but it was still light outside, and we had just passed a small neighborhood street, so we felt safe. But when I turned around to throw a stick, I saw 5 hooded figures following us from about 20 feet away. I tried to pretend I didn't see them, and just told my friend calmly. We decided to look at them straight on, and see what they would do. Once we looked at them, they stopped. So did my friend and I. We stared at each other for a few seconds, but it felt like hours. Finally, they made their move. 3 of them went to the left, and 2 of them went to the right. When we heard the sounds of the loud and fast footsteps, we finally snapped out of our trance and ran as fast as we could. We were both in cross country, and we were being held together by adrenaline, so we were able to run faster than we ever had before. Luckily, because I explored those same tracks alone a few days before, I knew that if we ran a half mile, we would be on a bridge above a small neighborhood. We somehow made it. No clue if we were still being followed or not. but out of fear we jumped off about 10 feet down and kept running into the neighborhood until we finally saw other people. Then we slowly walked home, shaking and exhausted. Looking back, I regret not telling my parents, but I was scared that they would not let me explore alone anymore. But I didn't go back to those train tracks, and I never will. This happened to me about 6 months ago. My boyfriend at the time and I were sitting in the living room of my apartment when we heard a knock on the door. He asked if I was expecting anyone, and I said no, but I would take a look just in case to see who was out there. He stayed on the couch while I looked through the peephole. The apartment was set up in a way that it didn't allow him to see from the living room to the front door. Outside there were two people. One African American man, looked about mid-20s, and a much older Asian woman who looked to be in her 60s. For whatever reason, I decided to open the door. When I opened it, the young man said, "Hi, we are part of so-and-so religion, and we would like to talk to you about it." I have a 50-pound dog who was trying to get outside, so I said, "Sure, hold on, I'll come outside because my dog is trying to get out." This is a huge mistake. I want to clarify that this was very out of character for me. However, I recently became closer to God and was wanting to give these people a chance, as I didn't believe any harm would come of it just by listening to what they had to say. I stepped outside and closed the door behind me and listened to them. They said something about how they prayed to Mary instead of God because she was the one who birthed Jesus. I don't exactly remember, but it was something like that. I thanked them for their time and then said something like, "But thank you guys, stay safe out there." The Asian woman visibly starts panicking and says things that I don't understand in a different language. When I look at her partner to see what he has to say about her behavior, he says, "No problem, maybe you want a pamphlet though." I reply, yeah, sure. Not wanting to be rude and also to do some research on the religion as I never heard of it before. The guy then says, "Okay, great, we have them in the car, you can come with us, we're parked right in the front." This is when I start to feel weird. I lived on the 3rd story of the apartment complex and was not really the best, and there were no security cameras anywhere. Why would you leave the pamphlets in the car? If they're going door to door, it wouldn't make much sense to have each person they intrigued come down to the car. The woman grabbed my arm and started directing me to the stairs. In a split second I yelled, "You know what? I'm a Christian and very happy in my faith, but thank you both anyways." The woman said something in her language again that I didn't understand, and the man goes, "Are you sure? We can get it to you fast, we're parked right there." That my heart generally sank into my butt. I started sweating and looking for ways to remove myself from her grasp and the situation entirely. I know I must have looked panicked, and I was. What do I do? How do I get away from the immediate danger I just put myself in? I was thinking and just blurted out that I was sure, yanked my arm away from the woman who ended up scratching me in her grasp, and bolted inside. I locked the door behind me and told my boyfriend what happened. That's when he looked at me with a face I'd never seen before in my life. He tells me about this religion that has been on the news for the last week because women have been going missing, and the one thing they have in common is some of their neighbors saying that they had been solicited by the group the same day or around the day of the neighbor's disappearance. I read some articles to fact check what he was saying, and he was right. The police were saying it might be in connection to a sex trafficking ring that was moving from neighborhood cities and now were suspected to be in ours. It gets weirder somehow. I seriously freaked out and went straight to Facebook Live to share with my friends because I wanted to warn whoever I could. I set the privacy to public after the live ended and went on with my live, still a bit shaken, but I was fine. 1 week later, I get a Facebook message from someone who is, I'm assuming, part of the religious group, telling me that I needed to take the post down, and they were not nice about it. After I said I wouldn't, because I wanted to educate anyone who lives in the town, she told me I was a spoiled egg and I would regret making that video. I was scared and blocked her immediately, set the video to private, and called the police. The police said they couldn't do much about it, as I didn't have a make or model of the car that they were in, so there's no proof that they had came to my apartment or who it was. Here's the part that still freaks me out. When I went to show them the Facebook messages, I went to unblock the lady and her page was completely deleted. I still had the messages, but it was like I was talking to a little gray default profile picture. Even the name change is something that seemed to be random clicks on the keyboard. I want to end this by saying I'm working on not being such a trusting idiot with people. I know things I should have done differently and still get upset with myself of how stupid I acted. And so to the religious group or sex trafficking pair that showed up at my door and the Facebook lady, whatever your motives were, let's not meet again. I don't know how to start this gracefully, so here goes, or for sure if it belongs here, but it's downright creepy. I'm getting on a train to head home on the afternoon of October the 1st, 2019, about an hour's journey. The train is nearly full, and probably a few minutes after getting to my seat, a young woman, about my age, early 20s, sits next to me, probably due to the lack of space. For the first 30 minutes, it's uneventful, with no interaction between us. An elderly couple gets on the train, and she offers to give up her seat. I offer to do the same so they can both sit. The elderly couple thanks us for the offer, but declines and sits on the stairs. It's a double-deck train. I get up to go to the bathroom and return a minute later. She has moved into the window seat where I sat and offered it back to me. I said it wasn't necessary, but she moved back into her original spot anyways, and I sat back down in my window seat. She then uses this as a pretense to start a conversation with me and complimenting me on my willingness to give up my seat alongside her. We then begin to talk about our respective days, innocent enough. I was at a convention for my job, and she was heading up to visit family and claimed to have lived in the area in the past. I know this was only a few days ago, but my memory is really shot due to unrelated mental health issues I have in my life right now. So this might not be perfectly accurate, but it goes something like this. She ends up asking me where I was getting off. I tell her. She says she's also getting off there and asks how long until we arrive. I should have noticed this as a possible red flag in hindsight, but it could just be a coincidence or not familiar with the area anymore, as there was only a handful of stations the train stops at. I gave her my guess and told her I usually don't catch the train myself, so it might not be perfect. We kept talking about relatively innocuous stuff. We exchanged names. I won't mention names out of respect for her identity, regardless. She eventually asked where I worked. I told her I worked as a computer technician at a school. I work at a Catholic school, a detail I mentioned. She uses that as a pretense, as a way into religion. She asked me if I participate in any religious functions at the school, Mass, Holy Communion, etc. And I tell her I don't actively participate in them and that I'm not religious. As I tell her I'm religiously agnostic, leaning towards atheism, a detail I didn't mention. But I also mentioned that I was raised Catholic and went to Catholic secondary school. She then claims to be agnostic herself a few years ago, until she found Jesus and led him into her heart, which she claims has been helpful with a lot of her mental issues that she was having. At this point, I'm just curious about her story. I will generally humor anyone, as I like to hear about people's experiences and point of views, as long as it's not directly hostile to a group of people. Knowing what I know now, I probably wouldn't have. I listened to her harp on about it, while she occasionally asked questions about me. Like what worries me about life in general. During this, she gives me a pamphlet, and we continue discussing until I have to interrupt her. As we approach the station we are meant to get off at, she asked me to do a prayer on the bottom left of the front page of the pamphlet. I oblige her, and do it partially out of curiosity, as I haven't done it in a long time. Before we part ways, she asked me for my email. I tell her and she types it into her phone. I don't know why I did this. Maybe because I hate disappointing people, or was curious, I don't know. I make poor decisions in my current mental state. We then hugged and part ways. On the 4th of October 2019, I get the following email. This reminded me about the encounter. Having already read the pamphlet, I read it again and I see the website mentioned on the back. After a little digging on the web, I noticed the website on the pamphlet, and it's affiliated with the Family International, a religious cult that sexually abuses children and a whole lot of other things. I was just in shock and disbelief. I was questioning whether to reply to her email and quiz her about it. If I do, I'll update this post, but I'm kinda scared as she's emailing me contacting my full name. But holy fuck, it's like she's trying to recruit me to this crazy cult. I'll be glad to not cross paths with her ever again. A little over 3 months ago, a man knocked on our door while it was just myself and my son home alone. I was working from home at the time, so my attentions were scattered between my son and my other responsibilities. It was in the middle of the day, so a knock on the door didn't appear suspicious, although it was definitely unexpected. Anyone who knows us will call us before arriving. Assuming it was one of our neighbors, I opened the door to a man that I didn't recognize. Mid-40s, slender, about 5'10", graying hair covered with a beanie, with worn jeans and a dusty jacket. Hi, I'm Tom from Thomas Ministries. Wonder if you could use any prayer today. I'm a nice person, not one to rudely chase people off the doorstep without a reasonable cause. So I kindly declined and he went on his way. I watched out the window as he walked down the street, not stopping at another single house on the block. Seeing as we were the only house with the car in the driveway, I didn't think much of him picking our door to knock on. Fast forward a few months to last night around midnight. My husband is a night owl and is often up to 2 a.m. or so. Me and the toddler are fast asleep in our beds. Out of nowhere, the doorbell rings and then there's a knock on the door. Our dog barks and I wake up. Our bedroom is just off the living room, so I was able to lie there and listen to my husband as he opens the door. I overhear him telling the midnight stranger that we have a God, we're not interested, and to leave, in a much more stern and aggressive tone than I am capable of. After the door shuts, my husband enters the room a few seconds later and describes the interaction to me. The description and interaction matches the exact man I encountered a few months earlier, except this time it's midnight, and there's no ministry on this planet that would encourage door-to-door ministry in the dead of the night. My husband watches the man do the same thing as before, walk down the street, not knocking on a single door in sight. Now, I feel it's important to acknowledge the lack of judgment on our part. The door should have never been opened. We should have called 911 non-emergency and reported it. This was a mistake, and fortunately for us, it wasn't a deadly one. Lesson learned 1,000 times over, and mistakes will not be repeated. Our house is protected, and we are even more prepared. I sincerely hope that we do not encounter this man again. Thoughts of the East Area Rapist and Night Stalker documentary swarm my head, and I think how easily things could have gone wrong. How easy it would have been for us to look past this and not recognize the sign of danger. Given that the first time he knocked, it was just myself that answered, I can't help but wonder why he picked his house again to knock at in the middle of the night. I would like to think it's just a mental illness, but you never really know until you know, and I hope and pray that we never have a chance to. This happened to me about an hour ago, and I can't seem to wrap my head around it. I was riding my moped back to my house when I pulled up to a red light. Next to me, there was a budget moving truck, and before I could make a right on the red light, I heard multiple loud bangs and screams coming from the back of the truck. There were 2 pedestrians who also noticed it, and as soon as we turned our attention to the driver, the light turned green, and it took off pretty quickly. I wasn't able to get the license plate because everything happened so fast, but I can't seem to shake the thought of someone screaming for help in the back of that truck. It almost feels straight out of a movie. Anyways, I wanted to know what you guys think, or if you've ever encountered something like this before, and if you did, what did you do? So recently I moved to an older house with my whole family, my mom, aunts, uncles, brothers, and cousins, so that we could take care of our grandparents who were very old. The only house that had enough rooms for all of us and was available is a very, very old wooden house. In the room of one of my cousins, there's a small door that leads into a kind of a basement. The former owner of the house said that he lost the only key to that door a long time ago. That already left me with anxiety and nervousness. My cousin says at night it makes little noises, and my uncle says that there are probably mice inside. At that same time, some of my cousin's things and mine are disappearing. My room is right next to his. The food we buy in large quantities because of the number of people has been going too fast. My mom says it's because our cousins are going through puberty and eating a lot, but I hear strange noises in the house and I feel like I'm being watched. Everyone else says that I only have that impression because I'm a pussy and the house is old. I have always been a paranoid and very anxious person, and I confess that I am quite fearful. But I'm not able to relax a minute in this house because it feels like someone unwanted is in it. I know that no one in my family is going to investigate or worry about it because I'm just a 15-year-old kid with a big imagination according to them. But I can't stop this constant fear in this place. So I walk my dog every day at late hours so she can sleep through the night. She's a bit old by now, and she once got into a traffic accident, meaning that she can't hold her pee every now and then. The route is almost the same every time, at almost the same hours, 9 p.m. through 10 p.m. My fiance and I live in the more quiet part of town, and by this time of night, it's even more quiet, and no one is in the streets in this part. Additionally, it's more of a side street with less than no street lights or houses. There's a certain part of bushes and a part of grass where my dog likes to do her business. She's outgoing and very cheerful, likes to jump around and run. But this one day, at this part of our route, she was kind of acting up, like she was cautious or something. I felt her uneasiness and felt somewhat anxious myself by now. So we go out of our way where her favorite potty place is and proceed with our routine. As I stand there, I heard sounds behind me, like branches being moved and leaves being stepped on, and my dog reacted to it with a mixture of growling and whimpering. I'm fucking nervous at this point and just want to go home. I proceed on my way. No longer than several minutes later, a man came out of the bushes where I stood before with my dog. He stared directly in my way, just standing there. I froze in surprise and fear, and I couldn't move. My dog barked, and all of a sudden, he sprinted towards me. At this point, I kind of ran without thinking. I arrived then on a path with houses and, thank God, light. I looked behind me, and he wasn't there anymore. I always felt safe when walking there, but lately, I get a feeling that I'm being watched or followed. I can't describe it. My dog sensed something too a few weeks before. I didn't tell my fiance that this happened because I didn't want her to worry. Nothing similar ever happened again, but I still freak out when I walk that way. So shady man waiting in the bushes at night. Let's not meet again. Nowadays, it's so easy to connect with someone. All you have to do is pick up your phone, download an app, and boom, now you can see all the eligible bachelors in a close radius without getting out of bed. But just a year ago, something happened that changed my mind about online dating forever. I was 21 at the time and getting a bit tired of my mundane life. I was scrolling down through a popular dating app, and that's when I saw him. Tall, blonde, blue eyes, pretty smile, Perfect. We instantly matched and agreed on dinner and cuddles at his place. Yes, I know. Never go to a stranger's house on the first date, but I was trying to score a home run, if you know what I mean. I shower, slip on my favorite pair of kicks, threw on a big t-shirt and shorts, rubbed my favorite perfume, and was out the door. When I pulled up to his 3-story townhouse, I said, his living arrangements seemed to match up with his line of work, so of course, I had no doubt he was who he said he was. I go up to his door and knock. About 15 seconds later, the most handsome man I've ever laid my eyes on opened the door. Instantly, we connected. We dated for about 4 weeks, but one day he looks over at me and says, "Can I tell you something?" "Well, of course, babe," quickly answer, eager to hear what he was going to say. He looks me dead in the eye, straight faced, and says, "When I saw you on the app, I planned on killing you." His hand reaches over and caresses mine, but I changed my mind. Chills went down my spine as I knew he was not joking. Completely paralyzed in fear, I just stared at him, unable to speak, unable to move. He moves closer and says, "Babe," and that's when I snapped out of it. I grabbed my purse, ran out of his door, blocked and deleted his number, and quite frankly, deleted the whole app. Hot guy from the dating app, let's never ever fucking meet again. I'm a male, if that matters, and this has been happening these past few days. 4 days ago, I couldn't fall asleep, and when I saw a light coming into my living room from the window around 2:30 a.m. Layout of my apartment. The entrance door goes to my living room. To the right is the bedroom of my roommate, who hasn't been here for a week. To the left is my kitchen, then my bedroom, and then the bathroom. The apartment is on the ground floor, and the first one when you enter the building. When I get up, my dog, half Labrador, half Border Collie, is growling. The light moved towards my dog and me. It turns off, and I can hear someone walking away. This morning, I wake up at 4 a.m. to my dog growling. She likes to sleep under my bed, and I kind of saw a shape in the kitchen window. We do that half dance of moving to the left and right, kind of like seeing if it's real. My dog walks towards the door of the apartment and stays there. I grabbed a machete and a flashlight, walked out. My dog is going nuts, and I didn't let her out. The building door is closed, and I couldn't really see anything out of the ordinary. I went back inside and closed the door, and for half an hour later, I hear someone walking down the stairs and around the building and opening the door. But this was around 5 a.m., so it could have been someone going to work. This is very tame compared to other stories that are posted here, but the situation has me unnerved. This happened a few years ago when I was 16 or 17. I don't remember. I'm a female. I was chilling with my best friend, who was the same age, in kind of an empty street. I live in a big city and it's broad daylight, but the streets are always like that. Some people walk by, but mostly in cars. We were sitting somewhere in the street and drinking Red Bull, listening to music. Then a black car stopped in front of us and an old lady was inside, looking sort of rich. She seemed to be wearing nice clothes and jewelry, and her hair was well done. First, I thought she was going to ask us something, like most people do, but as soon as she opened her mouth, I knew something was off. The way she talked was weird. Just weird. I don't really know how to explain it. It was like hearing someone that was on too much Xanax or an opiate. I remember asking myself if she was on drugs. This kind of slow and slightly slurred speech. She said that she could buy us alcohol and beers. Then she insisted on how pretty we were, and how she could buy us nice things if we got into her car. My friend was very tense since the beginning, but she looked at me slightly panicked when the old lady said this. We both knew that there was absolutely no way that we would get into the car. I said to the lady that if she wanted to buy us nice things, she could just give it to us right there. But she kept saying that she could give us a ride. I kept looking around and in the back of the car to see if there were men with her, ready to run away with my friend. At this point, adrenaline was going wild, and I had flashbacks of the movie Taken and the kidnapping. I was ready to leave the spot with my friend when the old lady finally understood that we weren't getting into her car. When she left, my friend and I moved to a different spot. We talked about it and what the lady was planning for us. We agreed that it was probably sex trafficking because it had all the red flags. The old lady gaining our trust, the comments on our appearance, how she wanted to get us drunk with beers, etc. After that, my biggest regret was that I didn't take a picture of the car and the license plate number. And the thought of other girls getting kidnapped by this lady is haunting me, and I really hope no one got in her damn car. Just some background about how I sleep. It isn't hard to wake me up, but it's hard to keep me up. I'll almost always open my eyes for a few seconds, say something to shoo away whoever woke me up, and then fall back asleep without remembering anything the next morning. So me and my friends spend a lot of time together on PlayStation, and at night we would usually talk ourselves to sleep over Discord, or at least I did, since she never sleeps. She just plays a game while I fall asleep. One night we talked, and she was playing video games. I fell asleep around 9 or 10. I was pretty tired since I didn't get much sleep the night before. I woke up on my own about 8 a.m. and she was still awake, asking me if I was okay. I responded with, "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" And she started talking about how last night, on my mic, she heard a girl scream and then start crying on my end of the mic while she played Overwatch. She almost thought it was me at first, but as the sobbing got a little quieter, she heard one of my sleep grunts in the background. She got really scared and apparently woke me up after it happened, asking me if it was alright and if anyone was in my room. I just told her that I was okay and my room was empty, but she could tell I didn't look as I didn't move. I learned later that this happened sometime around 12 a.m. to 12:30, and it lasted a full minute. My parents, who were both home in the rooms on either side of mine, didn't hear anything. As they both worked the night shift, they were both awake at this time and later in the night. This was about 3 or 4 weeks ago, and one other time more recently, I was only half asleep, and she said she heard the screaming, but she ended the call and called me back to wake me up. But once again, I didn't hear anything. Since then, we haven't been doing that, but I don't know if it still happens or what it is. She definitely isn't the type to lie, and she seemed really spooked about it, so I believe her fully. If any of you know what it could be, I'd appreciate some explanations or advice on what I should do. Last night, my roommate and I made a last-minute decision to go night swimming at the river in our city. It was around 8 p.m., so there were still a few people hanging out in the area, but it was quite dark. About 15 minutes after we got there, I saw a man shining his flashlight, seemingly looking for something near where we put our stuff. I said, "Hey, keep an eye on that guy," to my roommate, semi-loud, and he obviously heard us and scurried away. I began to feel anxious, but I waited a little bit to say something to my roommate. Eventually, I did, and we decided to leave. We packed up our stuff and began to walk up a staircase that led to the parking lot, using our flashlights to see the steps. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a dark shadow dodge into some bushes at the top. I stopped and grabbed my roommate's arm and said, nope, and started walking back down the stairs. I told my roommate what I saw when we got to the bottom, and she said it was probably just a tree blowing in the wind. I started getting the strangest feeling in my stomach that I had never had before. I just knew that if we went up the stairs, something bad was going to happen. I stood at the bottom and began to shine my light up at the top, trying to see if I could see anyone. And sure enough, I saw the outline of a man for a split second. As soon as the light hit him, he ducked behind some bushes again. Obviously, I went into full-blown panic mode and started looking for other people that were there, hoping that someone could walk us to her car. Luckily, we found a couple not far from the steps, and they walked us to the car, but seemed quite annoyed about it. When we got on top of the steps, he was nowhere to be seen. A few hours after we got home, I got a notification on my neighbor's app, the Ring doorbell app that sends crime alerts from your area, that someone was stabbed only a few streets from where we were. I'm 100% certain this guy's intentions were bad. I don't know if he was planning on kidnapping us or robbing us, but I know something really bad would have happened if I hadn't been paying attention and we had walked up the stairs. Not sure if it's the same person that stabbed someone, but the notification just scared me even more. I still feel sick to my stomach because of all this. My husband was a trucker with a cross-country firm at the time. His driving partner separated from his girlfriend. According to the hubs, he couldn't afford to get his own place. I did find it odd because he made as much as my husband, who could clearly afford to keep a roof over our head. My little one was a newborn, and I was off on maternity leave. So his buddy moves into the spare room and makes himself at home. I do mean at home. He'd walk into the living room and change the channel while I was watching TV, or turn on the stereo, fry himself a steak as a midnight snack, or eat an entire box of donuts and thought nothing of it. He would take a shower and drop his dirty clothes on the floor for me to pick up and wash, and he stared at me a lot. I found him creepy and inconsiderate and told my husband so. Finally, after a couple months of arguing about our unwelcome charity case, who never paid a cent, I told my husband that it was either him or me. This sparked a huge argument between the two of them, with his buddy accusing my husband of being pussy-whooped and for not standing up for his friends. That did it for my husband, and he told the guy that he needed to get out now. My husband drove him to a hotel, and we thought that that was the end of it. The next day, we went to get groceries, as I had stopped buying anything but essentials so his buddy wouldn't eat everything. Imagine our shock when we get home and Buddy walks out of the kitchen wearing my husband's clothes and smoking his pipe. As you could imagine, the shit hit the fan. I went straight into the kitchen and phoned the police. In those days, there was no dialing 911, so it was taking a bit, and he heard me talking. He bolted out of the house, and we never saw him again. He never turned up to work again either. We discovered that he had broken in through the basement window, so we boarded up the basement and changed the locks. A week or so later, I decided to use my cat's nest egg I stashed in my underwear drawer. It was gone, and I realized that several pairs of my underpants were gone as well. I considered phoning the cops again at that point, but decided we didn't want to be reminded of him, and we moved shortly thereafter. I sure hope the next tenants never got an unexpected house guest. Yesterday, I met a man who really terrified me. I struggle a lot with mental health, and I don't enjoy socializing. Therefore, I got in touch with this particular man whom my municipality found through their organization, where people with different struggles get support and help with socializing from a person who has this at their job. It's like a big brother, big sister kind of job. Literally anyone can get in touch and explain that they want this kind of job. It doesn't matter who they are. Anyways, as I sat down and waited for him, I was extremely nervous. I'm always nervous when it comes to meeting new people, mostly because I don't know what to say, how to interpret what they tell me, what to look at while talking to them, and so on. When he went up to where I was seated, my gut immediately said, "No, you're not safe with this person." I just pushed through this though, and tried to ignore my gut feeling. He didn't say almost anything. He didn't ask me questions. He didn't talk about himself. He looked and felt distant. He wore what looked like old clothes. When I asked him questions, he almost never responded. If he did respond, he weakly answered yes or no. The few times he actually talked, it didn't make much sense, and he talked so unclearly that I had to ask him multiple times to repeat himself. If I didn't keep the conversation going, he wouldn't talk at all. Occasionally, he would mumble something inaudible and almost expect me to give him a response. The only time he talked to me more clearly was when he told me, "I don't like people staring in at my house. I use blinds so no one can stare. There were a few people who would walk by my house and are able to take a look through my window, but it doesn't happen often. I should get a lamp in my house. It's so dark there." I freaked the hell out and wanted my father to come and get me. He said he wanted to keep in touch, but I didn't give him a direct answer to his statement. I told him I had to catch the bus for my ride home, and he immediately said, "So do I," and went the same direction as me. Luckily, my father told me that he was nearby and was able to pick me up. I know the situation probably doesn't seem very creepy or sketchy, but I was absolutely terrified. By the way, we went for a walk and he wanted to walk into the forest, but I told him I didn't want to. He asked me why, and when I told him it felt more comfortable to walk in public, he just answered, "Oh." Also, when I asked him what he did for a living, he very weakly said, "I run my own company. I had many customers before, but haven't had any for a while." He didn't really tell me anything about what he worked with through his company and with his customers, and seemed reluctant to even share the slightest amount of personal information. He looked way older than the age he described himself as. I will start this by saying I go to the grocery store a lot at night. I live in an overly populated area. The grocery store is open 24 hours, and sometimes I just like to go by myself late in the evening. I don't feel rushed, and no matter what time it is, there are still people there. Not a whole lot, but enough that you feel safe. I always park on the side of the grocery store, just out of habit, because when I do go during the day, it's so packed that the side parking lot is usually the best place to find a spot. One night, I think it was around 9 p.m., I went to the store. I parked on the side lot. It's right next to the store, and I'm literally 25 feet from the entrance. But the side parking lot was a lot less populated at night, and there isn't much foot traffic or lighting. I didn't think much about it and just headed inside. I was inside for about an hour and came out and loaded my bags. As I was loading them in, I noticed two guys coming from around the back of the building. They started talking to me as they reached the front of my car. I smiled and tried to be polite as I finished loading up the car. I didn't feel comfortable standing in a semi-dark and empty parking lot talking to two guys, but I also didn't want to be rude or piss them off if I didn't have to. The one guy asked me for my number, and I told him I was in a relationship. He kept pushing it, telling me that he would take me out somewhere nice. At this point, the groceries were in, and I moved to the driver's seat. I told him again no thanks, and was just about to shut my door, when he grabbed the door frame. Our eyes met. This fear went through me. I am screaming inside my head to get the hell out of there. He's still talking, more serious now, telling me I'm pretty and that he really wants my number. I hold his gaze and say, as stern as I can, "Let go of my door." We are frozen like that, each of us contemplating our next move. I know one of two things will happen. I can see his mind going through the options. There's no one else around. I am thinking of ways to defend myself, knowing that if he pushes his way into my car, that things are over. I say again, "Let go of my car." Our gazes are still locked. Then his friend mutters something I couldn't hear. He turns and then looks back at me. Another moment, and then he lets go of my door. I slam it shut and lock it and get the hell out of there. I could feel them watching me pull away. When I told people about it, they kept saying how lucky I was, how bad it could have been. I sure learned my lesson, and I can tell you that. It's my first time posting here, and I don't know if this really counts, but here it goes. My husband and I live in a house on the left end of the street. There's a decent stretch of woods right on the other side of us, and then up a road is a busy street. Tonight, literally an hour and a half ago, we were sitting and watching TV upstairs, trying to wind down from work, when suddenly there's a loud ass pounding on the door, like excessively loud and forceful. At first, I thought it might be the police, and of course, I was worried that they were there to deliver news or whatever the case may be. But being paranoid people we are, we didn't immediately get up to check the door. We finally get around to peeking out the window, and there's a white Mercedes sedan just parked right out front. At least a couple minutes have gone by, and the knocking still persists. So the husband grabs his gun once we both realize it's not the cops or anyone we recognize, and decide to head down to see what the fuck this person wants. Mind you, it's like 10 p.m. and this dude is still pounding on the door. By the time we get down the steps though, guy goes around his car and slips in. I didn't see his face or the plates of the car, but he just sped off. Maybe it's not like your super creepy encounter, but we were just pretty shaken. First off, it's somewhat late to be pounding on anyone's door, for that matter. And then, he didn't make any other stops on our street, just ours. Didn't leave any notes or cards or anything to indicate he was there. Of course, it didn't help that immediately after this guy left, a blare of sirens and speedy cop cars erupted near the busy street next to us, and then there was a police helicopter that came by soon after. Maybe it was nothing, maybe we just got lucky. Either way, I'm not sleeping that well tonight and have to be up for work at 3, and I'm definitely not looking forward to walking down my dark ass driveway in the middle of the night. This past New Year's Eve, I went away for the night with my two best friends and one of their moms. I'm posting now because I recently discovered this subreddit. I was home for the holidays from college, and my friend Sarah invited me to Palm Springs to celebrate New Year's with her mom and our friend Rachel. I didn't have any other plans, so I decided to go with them. We went to a cool city about a half hour from where we live that's big on shopping and resorts. We planned to have a pretty calm night, watch the ball drop at the block party thing downtown, and have a few drinks at a bar. Since we're on the west coast, the ball drop is at 9 p.m, so at around 8, we ventured from the hotel, walking to the block party about a mile away. On the way, we passed a very lively bar. We decided to stop by and spend 15 minutes dancing, but didn't get any drinks. It was a gay bar, and Sarah and Rachel being gay, they were stoked on it and wanted to come back after the ball drop, even though it was about 90% men there. We continue on the block party, get some dinner, a glass of champagne, the ball dropped, and had a DJ. So we spent about an hour there dancing. After we got tired of it, we decided to head back to the bar and hang out until midnight. Once we get there, Sarah's mom pays for a drink for each of us, but leaves soon after because she was tired. It was about 10:30 at this point, and Sarah, Rachel, and I are enjoying our drinks and having fun dancing. Rachel tried some of my drink since it was one she hadn't had before. I consistently have to have my guard up when drinking in public, and I felt safe in this bar because it was 90% gay men who I thought would not have any interest in me. I went back to the bar to get a second drink, and that's the last thing I remember. The rest I've gathered from Sarah and Rachel. Almost immediately after getting my second drink, I asked Rachel to go to the bathroom with me because I wasn't feeling well, even though I was completely fine 10 minutes before. Once in the bathroom, I collapsed on the floor and I was almost unresponsive. Rachel, now worried, somehow dragged my half-lifeless body out to where Sarah was waiting for us. Security, seeing my condition and assuming I was wasted, asked us to leave. Sarah and Rachel decided to take me back to the hotel, about a half mile away. By this point, I was unconscious, and there were barely sounds escaping my mouth. They saw someone leave the bar at the same time as us, who was walking near us, but they were preoccupied with trying to keep my lifeless body off the ground. At one point, I threw up all over myself, the both of them, and the sidewalk. The next part of the story we had to get from Sarah, and Rachel doesn't have memory of this. Still struggling to carry me, the man they saw leave the bar approached them. He was hitting on Rachel, trying to grab her to go grab a drink with him. She was very agitated and told him to leave and her friend needed help right now. He didn't take no for an answer and continued to follow us down the street, asking if we wanted to get drinks with him, if he can help carry me and such. A middle-aged woman witnessed this and came up and told the man off, something along the lines of, "Stop harassing these young women or I'm going to call the police." He left after that. Next, by some miracle, an EMT and his wife enjoying the holiday ran into us on the street. He checked me out to make sure something wasn't majorly wrong and then carried me the rest of the way to my hotel and into the room, since my friends could barely hold me up. They thanked him profusely and him and his wife left. This is when Rachel's memory kicks back in. 5 minutes later, they get a knock on the door and it's the EMT and his wife again. They came up to let us know that the man followed us to the hotel and they saw him hop a gate and start to make his way towards our room. My friends called the hotel security, but they were unable to find him. My friends didn't get a glimpse of him, but I'm sure it was the same man from earlier. I spent the rest of the night vomiting everywhere and dry heaving after that. I woke up the next morning in a pile of pillows and blankets on the bathroom floor. My last memory was at the bar getting my second drink, and my friends filled me in on everything that had happened. Feeling like crap, I thought I must have drank way too much, but I had never blacked out before in my life. And the amount of drinks I had, only 2 in 2 hours, since I didn't get to drink my second at the bar, didn't add up to me being completely unconscious. We decided that my first drink had to have been drugged, since Rachel had some of it and had no memory of her walk home, even though she was fully functional. I'm sure the man that was talking to Rachel and then followed us back was the one that slipped something in my drink. To this day, I don't really know how I could have been slipped something. I got my drink from the bar and never set it down. My best guess was it was already in the cup. Thankfully, I had 2 good friends with me and kind strangers protecting me that night. Keeps me up at night thinking what could have happened under different circumstances. This happened to me about a week ago. I found a summer job at our local supermarket about 2 weeks in. I got asked to work the late night shift, 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. I accepted it since I needed money and I never slept early anyways. Everything was fine and dandy until about 3 a.m. when a shirtless, scarred up guy came into the store. After lingering around the store for a while, he quickly came up to the counter, making intense eye contact with me. As I was about to ask him if he needed any help, he whispered, "Don't dare to move." I didn't hear him at first, so I asked him if he could repeat that. At that point, he got agitated and yelled, "Make another sound and I'll cut you up." In a swift motion, he vaulted over the counter, going to the alcohol section, trying to grab a bottle of whiskey. Thankfully, the owner had hid a baseball bat under the counter. The moment he turned his back to me, I took the bat and swung full force into his knee. He winced in pain and tried to get up. I wanted my bat again, acting as if I was going to hit him again, just to see him pull out a homemade shiv of some sort. I unfortunately let him get up, and the moment he did get up, he swung his shiv at me, lightly lacerating my wrist. I pushed him back with my bat, and he stumbled over some boxes. He sprinted to the door and got out. I called the cops and showed them the security footage, but they haven't contacted me since. I think it's safe to say that I won't be working that late night shift again for a long time. So scarred, shirtless guy, let's not meet again. Years back, I made a late night stop at a local Walmart on my way home from a friend's house. Not a lot of people out and about at nearly 1 a.m. I lived around there for years and never ran into any criminal elements out there, so I felt safe going to the store alone as a woman in my early 20s. I made eye contact with a teenage girl the second I walked in the door. She was parked on a bench by the restrooms, hugging a backpack and a small purse, checking her phone with a rather desperate expression on her face. When she looked at me, I could tell she was on the verge of panicking. After a brief second of staring at me, she went back to checking her phone and making phone calls. At the other end of the bench was a white-haired man in jeans and a t-shirt. If I had to guess, he was probably in his 50s or early 60s. Although nothing appeared off about him, what struck me was the fact that he never looked up as I passed. Instead, his eyes were absolutely glued to the teenage girl next to him. Not in a passive way, but like he was sizing her up or something. She was perched on the edge of the bench, angling herself away from his gaze and leaning away from him. Her body language screamed that she wanted nothing to do with him. Something about him set off warning bells in my head, and I went out and grabbed a few items that I had stopped there for. I'm normally the type of person that mails around the store aimlessly, making it a point to wander down each aisle to see what's for sale. That night, however, I felt the pressing need to get in and out of the store as quickly as possible, and something in the back of my head told me to keep an eye on the man on the front bench. I moved my knife from my purse to the front pocket of my jeans, where it would be easily accessible. That's how uneasy I felt being in the same building as this man. As I purchased my items, I watched the pair from the bench. The man had moved halfway across the space between them and was trying to chat up the young woman. She was shaking her head and offering one-word answers, looking like a rabbit about to bolt. As I walked past them again to leave with my purchases, she stopped me and asked if I was headed anywhere close to my old hometown. Apparently, she had been on her way home from a trip with her friends, and they had made a stop to grab drinks and use the restroom. She had gotten separated from the group, and they left her at the store. The store was about a 30-minute drive from my old hometown, and I knew that to get home, she would have to walk several hours along unlit stretches of rural highway. The man sitting next to her continued to leer at her, but refused to look my way. While normally, I would have told the girl that I was headed the opposite direction, something in the back of my head told me not to leave her alone with this man. I agreed to take her home. She thanked me profusely and offered me gas money and a cigarette. I refused both and took her home. The logical part of my brain reasoning that the girl weighed maybe 100 pounds and was a full head shorter than I was, so if it came down to it, I could fight her off. I wasn't stupid either. I texted a few friends and let them know what I was doing, and they were not happy with me. The girl mentioned her address, and I knew exactly where she was talking about. It was an old, quiet neighborhood where I used to play Little League baseball down the street and swim in the pool a few blocks away. During the drive, she told me that she just moved to the area with her mom and younger sisters from a larger city a few hours south. She'd taken off with a few of her old friends for the weekend, and her mom hadn't expected her back until the following day, so she silenced her phone for the night and hadn't picked up when the girl tried to call. I vaguely remember something about her mom having to work in the morning. We arrived at the destination, and the girl gave me a handshake and thanked me repeatedly, asking if there was anything she could do to repay me. I told her, yeah, do me a favor, get better friends. Looking back, I have no idea what about that man creeped me out so much, but something about the way he was staring at the girl got me on major guard. I had thought in passing that he might have been with someone else in the store, perhaps someone using the nearby restroom, but upon checking out, it struck me that I hadn't seen any other customers there, so he really had no other reason to be waiting on that bench. I was still living with my parents at the time, so when I got home, I woke up my mother and told her what happened. She hesitated, and I could see that she didn't like the idea of me giving a stranger a ride home, but in the end agreed something had prompted me to take action, and I might have saved the young girl from being harassed or worse. About 2 years ago, I moved into a new apartment. The walls were very thin, and because of fire safety laws in my city, my bedroom had one window, which led into the living room, and none with outside access. The window will be important later. It was 3 bedrooms, one for me, one for the master tenant, and one spare, which at the time was rented by a pretty friendly guy. Well, friendly guy had issues with his work visa, and had to move back to Canada last minute, leaving us about 2 weeks to find another roommate. Our quickest and easiest option was Craigslist. Due to my work schedule, I had no part in the selection process, but was content when the new roommate moved in a little later. He seemed a bit off, but friendly. He was a very tall, large guy, but pretty quiet, and not someone I wanted to go out of my way with to hang out, but was okay being around and cordial with. About 2 weeks into his move-in, the master tenant left for Hawaii, leaving him and I alone in the home for the month-long duration of his stay. For the first few days, things are normal. All of a sudden, about 4 days into the trip, I am woken up at 8 a.m. to frantic knocking at my door. Roommate, we'll call him Kyle, is standing there when I open up, looking frazzled. He looked me dead in the eye and says, "So do you want to tell me what went down last night?" To which I was shocked and confused because I had came home from work at 9 p.m. and immediately showered and went to bed. I explained this to him and he tells me that he heard me screaming and arguing with someone in my room. That he saw me in the side alleyway out the window arguing with our landlord, whom I have never even seen at this point. That he heard people coming in and out of our house. I tell him no way, none of that ever happened. After staring at me for a little longer, he leaves and doesn't bring it up again. The next morning, I wake up to the same thing. This time, he says that I was arguing with my boyfriend. I was single at this time. That he had seen me talking with our other roommate, who was still in Hawaii, and asking me for a badge number of the officer I spoke to, since he had apparently seen me talking to a bunch of police as well. This time, I get angry and more or less tell him to cut his shit out because I'm not doing anything and don't know what the hell he's talking about. He gets a weird look on his face and says, "I think I had seizures in my sleep. The next time it happens, call the ambulance," and leaves for a bit, only to start knocking again about an hour later. And when I open up, Kyle repeats the exact same story verbatim. This happens once more before I tell him to leave me the fuck alone, and then I leave for work. I go to work as normal, and I am reluctant to return that night, but I am too tired to switch to an alternate location. Big mistake. About 1 a.m., I wake up to slamming doors. Kyle's pacing back and forth between his bedroom, the living room, and out of the front door. Walking in and out of each room, turning the light on and off, mumbling angrily, and slamming the doors. I can see his figure pacing back and forth through the frosted window in my room that leads into the living room. Since my room is dark, he cannot see inside. Suddenly he screams, "I can't live like this! Why are you doing this to me?" I think he's on the phone and don't respond. A few minutes later, he screams my name out repeatedly, and I realized he was directing it towards me. I knew I had to get the fuck out of there, so I very quietly crept out of my bed and started getting dressed and packing a bag of clothes for work in the morning. I'm almost done when he screams, "I hear you," and charges over to my room, slapping the wall next to my door, but not touching the door itself. I look towards my window and see his shadow leaned all the way forward, pressing his ear against the glass. I was fucking terrified and sat completely still, unmoving. He eventually screams out my name again and moves away from the window, and I hear him start pacing back and forth between the rooms again. Now, my shoes are kept on a rack outside my door and not inside my room, so I know that when I leave, I'm gonna need a moment to put them on. I decide to wait until his pacing takes him out of the front door again, at which time I plan to grab my shoes, put them on, and run. As I was formulating this plan, the pacing stops. He screams, "Do you want to fucking fight me about this? Come out right now, and we'll fight, I swear to God." I'm a very small 5-foot girl, and this guy was easily 3 times my size, so I'm definitely not looking to fight things. After a few minutes, he turns off all the lights again, and I hear the door to his room open and close, followed by silence. I waited for a moment to be sure that I couldn't hear any movement, and that's when I decided to take my chance. I took a breath and pulled my door quickly open. I step out and grab my shoes before I look up a second later and see him standing shirtless with just a pair of boxers and socks on in the dark of the hallway. His arms hung slightly outwards in an awkward position. He says in a low, calm voice, "Ma'am, we need to talk." That was a hard no from me, so I grabbed my shoes and ran out the door with them in hand. I ran about half a block barefoot before I stopped and put them on. When I looked back, he stayed in the porch light of our front door, watching me run but not moving. Luckily, I had a friend that lived 2 blocks away, and I had a spare key. I let myself in and crashed there for the night. That's where I stayed for the next week or so while working things out with my master tenant, and Kyle agreed to move out within the week. He says he doesn't remember anything that happened or wasn't sure if it was real or not, but if I said that's what went down, then it must be real. The day Kyle left, he sent me a photo of the house key sitting on the table and says, "I'm out," and nothing else. I take a friend over with me to scout it out and ensure that he actually left. When we get there, we discover that not only had he left a ton of food on the furniture, but he had ripped all the fire alarms out from the ceiling. He had unscrewed and removed the deadbolt from the front door and had left them lined up near the front table. We then realized that the front door can only be locked by using the key from the outside, and it had been locked when we arrived, meaning Kyle still had a key. We called the locksmith immediately. Even after changing the locks, I was still terrified to stay there alone afterwards, and never went to sleep at night without barricading the doors with chairs and other furniture. To this day, I still fear for his safety. He was obviously psychologically unstable, but I also wonder what could have happened if I hadn't been as lucky as I was. Since the moment I started working at this restaurant 6 months ago, the alley behind the restaurant has always given me an uncomfortable feeling. To gain a layout of this restaurant, it's located in the middle of downtown, 5 minutes from the Mexico-US border. Since we are located in the tip of Texas, in the Rio Grande Valley, the alley itself is not located right behind the establishment. You must walk past its patio, then past our garage, until you reach the side back door that you have to prop open as the door locks behind you once it's closed. During the day, I usually see people walking back and forth across the alley when I have to take out the trash. It's typically a safe location, though it's also prominent for its homeless population. They are usually harmless, despite a few that are noticeably mentally ill. My colleagues have even got to know a few of them, and have given them leftovers whenever possible. I work as part of the kitchen staff at the restaurant, and most of the time we'll work past 10 p.m. At night, my boss usually never lets the women take out the trash just to be safe. Especially a petite, 5-foot, Hispanic, 28-year-old female. Anyways, since the quarantine started, our kitchen staff has become quite small, so I'll usually help take out the trash with one of the other men working. This night was pretty slow, and my fellow co-workers and I were encouraged to clean up and leave early. At around 9:45, I decided to get 2 of the slightly full trash bags and take them out back myself, assuming someone will see my actions and take the other 2 after me. As I walked past the patio to the garage, my gut began to fluster. I got to the back door and paused. Maybe you should wait, I told myself, but the smell protruding from the bags was nauseating. I pushed the door and propped it open with a brick we usually kept nearby. The alley was dark and silent. The air felt menacing. The only light illuminating was the bulb above the door. I walked quickly to the bins and lifted the top and dumped the trash. Then, slowly, a man stood up from the other side of the dumpster. He wasn't very big, but he looked a lot older. He was sweating. His demeanor seemed agitated. He must have been crouching there and waiting for some time. I jumped back, holding my hands above my heart that seemed to be pulsing through my chest. The man looked at me, eyeing me as my steps moved backwards. He shook his head, motioning me to stop. He was far too close for me to outrun him. I looked at his bushy brows and dark black eyes. Most of him was still cloaked in the night that surrounded us. His clothing didn't look homeless, but I assumed he was, since it was common for them to be out here at this hour, usually waiting for food. I told him I had no leftovers, and he shook his head again and took out a medium-sized knife. My eyes widened as I took in a breath. The following exchange took place in Spanish, but I'll translate. "I don't have my purse, I was working. I'm still working. Just come with me," he said, using his knife as a pointer. My mouth grimaced. Having no idea where the small amount of courage came from, I said, "My friend is coming right now with the rest of the trash." "No, come now," he said more hurriedly and stepped closer, and I stepped back again, speaking again with him, a little more tenacity. "They all saw me come over here. There's more trash, and he's coming right now. He's outside right now. I just need to yell." "You're not gonna scream. I'll gut you." To this day, I don't know what came over me, but I replied with, "Mirame, watch me." We looked at each other, daring each other. Then we both heard footsteps coming from outside the garage. He ran past me. I stood there breathing again. I didn't even know I was holding my breath. I turned to see my friend, John, come out of the door. We're almost done over. He stopped after seeing my face. "What happened?" I explained everything, and tears ran down my face. My friend decided to run down the alley to try to catch him, even though I told him not to, and that he's gone by now. It was about 5 minutes until he came back. John relayed to me that no one was around except for some homeless guys we were familiar with. He asked them if they saw anyone running from the alleyway, and they said yeah, but they didn't recognize the man, and he took off in the opposite direction towards the border. John took me back inside and told our boss what happened. They called the cops, whose station was pretty close by. They sent someone to patrol the area from the description of which I gave. My boss let me leave early, and John walked me to my car. He told me it's too bad we didn't keep a camera back there. It would have been cool to see how I handled the guy. I smiled slightly, but my stomach was still in knots. He looked at me and apologized. I moved my hand to stop him and told him I'll be fine. Unfortunately, I still have to work there, but I have been excused from trash duty from now on. Obviously, they never found him. I don't want to think what would have happened to me if I had been more complicit. Something gave me the courage to argue back to him, and thank goodness that my friend came out just in time. So man, waiting behind the dumpster, I hope we never meet again. To put this into context, I'm an 18-year-old girl living in New Zealand. I suffer from anxiety and shut down in stressful situations and become rather overwhelmed when I'm not sure how to deal with something. This story happened yesterday while I was waiting at my bus stop. I had a long day at work and my legs were in pain, and I wanted to get home and watch some YouTube in bed. It was getting dark and the sun was almost completely down. As I was listening to some music in a rather deserted area of the bus station, a man considerably larger than myself walked up and sat directly next to me on the bench, which I didn't think much of. To put this into perspective, I'm roughly 55 kgs. He must have been at least 100 and could have easily overpowered me. I noticed out of the corner of my eye that this man was staring at me, and I began to feel a little uncomfortable, but pegged it up to him looking at my mask. It's rather nondescript and just black. I ignored this and acted busy on my phone to avoid talking. As I said, I had a long day at work. The man began to talk, and I pulled out my AirPod to listen to what he was saying to me. The AirPod fell and landed on the ground, to which he picked up for me, held onto it, and stared at it for a few seconds before handing it back to me. I was getting pretty bad vibes from this man. The conversation went something like this. "Your eyes are beautiful. Did you get them from your mom or dad?" Mom, I guess. I kept my replies short, trying to signify I wasn't in the mood to talk, but he continued. "What bus are you catching? Where do you live?" I laughed nervously and told him I don't feel very comfortable sharing where I lived, but told him it was farther up north. He then said, "Why? It's not like I'm gonna rape you. Isn't it fancy up there?" This is where I began to feel seriously uncomfortable and began to shake. He asked me if I had a boyfriend, to which I said yes, and he proceeded to ask me if I planned to marry him, to which I laughed and said yes. "Oh, it kinda sounds like you're just rooting him. Are you sure you want to marry him?" I was shocked and looked at him again before telling him, again, "Yes, I do plan on marrying my partner." "How old are you?" I don't know what came over me, but I told him I was 21, to try to make it come across that I was old enough to stand up for myself. "Are you on the pill?" I'm sorry, I don't feel comfortable sharing that, and don't see why you need to know that. Oh, so you use condoms instead, eh? I wanted to walk away, but I was grounded to the bench and couldn't move a muscle if I tried. I was uncomfortable and confused as to why he was asking me these questions. Do you have someone waiting for you at the bus stop, or are you walking home? How far do you live from the bus stop? This is a question that made everything click into place, and I realized this guy had malicious intent. He's not being friendly. The man is going to follow me home and either rape me or kidnap me. I started to really panic and desperately looking for onlookers. A young man walked out of the public bathroom and had overheard the conversation and was looking at the predator rather skeptically. I knew then I'd at least have someone to help me if I asked for it. I didn't. By this point, I recalled a video from r/ about a highly pregnant woman and her daughter being followed to their car in an empty car park in the dark by an older man. This lady stressfully tried to find her keys in her purse, and the man was standing beside her daughter on the opposite side of the car making small talk with them. He got impatient and walked away just before she found her keys. Someone commented on her submission saying this was a popular thing and that he was waiting for her to unlock her car so he could get in and control her via threats to her children. It occurred to me that I should skip my bus and catch another one at a later time. I did exactly that. He kept trying to ask me where I live, and I continued to refuse. He also continued to ask how far I lived from the stop and if my partner was waiting for me. I deflect all his questions, and after 40 minutes, he begins to get grumpy and walks away from the station. He wasn't there to catch a bus at all, but to prey on a young woman at a bus stop. I caught the bus 10 minutes after he left and ran home, where I completely broke down and cried in the arms of my partner. This morning I was so stressed. I contemplated taking the day off and staying in bed to rest for the day. I didn't. I'm at work posting this, but I was petrified. I live in France, and this story happened to me this summer, just after the lockdown ended. I was, and still am, 19. After the lockdown ended, I went to my grandparents to spend a few weeks. I got tested before, and no problems there. My grandparents live in a small city in the north part of France, and they have a dog who's quite a big boy. When I was young, I lived with my grandparents for a year, and at that time the dog was only a puppy. Her name is Chippy, in French, which kinda means little devil in English, but in an affectionate way. Considering when I was living there, I played with her a lot. We are both really close, and that will have its importance later. Two of my hobbies are long walks and running. Thus, every evening, I would go out for a long walk with the dog. There's a track that follows a path through the forest. Then there's a small hill on the top of a big place with lots of fields there. I ran there a lot, so I know the place. The air is fresh and the view is quite beautiful. So I was going there with the dog every day. It was also helping my grandparents to have her doing a lot of exercise. The first time we went there, nothing special happened. We just enjoyed our walk. It's about 6 or 7 kilometers, so basically an hour's walk. The next day, we arrived on the top of the hill, in the field. It was probably around 10 p.m., but there was still some light because it's summer. There were 3 people walking in the fields, and they were younger than me, probably around 15 or 16. I also noticed that they were smoking. My guess was that they came here so they wouldn't be seen by their parents. We went past them, I greeted them, and they greeted back. Once again, nothing special. The second week, as usual, I went for a walk with the dog and arrived at the fields. There was one of the 3 boys. He wasn't smoking this time though. When he saw me, I was at the entrance of the field, just after the hill climb, so the entrance of the forest was just behind me. He did a sign with his hands to catch my attention and asked if I had a lighter, which I actually had one in my pocket. I told him, yeah, sure. So he walked to me, hands in his pockets of his hoodie. When he came closer, for some reason, I felt a shiver. It's crazy how sometimes your instincts know there's a problem, but you don't listen to it because nothing looks weird to you. I handed over my lighter when he passed by. At that moment, my dog was staring at him. Then, everything happened really fast. He did a really fast movement with his hand coming from his hoodie, and I only saw something shining. I had a reflex of throwing myself back so hard that I fell down. Just then, I realized that it was a knife he was holding, and he was trying to stab me. What saved me was my dog, God bless her. When she saw the guy try to stab me, she jumped on him, and he fell down. As I said before, it's a really big dog. I immediately got up to my feet and heard something behind me, and from the entrance of the forest, I saw the two guys wearing animal masks running towards me. They were probably the two friends. In those type of moments, your brain acts for itself. You don't think at all. The other guy was still on the ground. I just watched my dog and told her to run. I started running and she followed me. And just then, I heard the worst possible thing from the guy who just got up. Catch him! Don't let him go! At this moment, I was totally terrified. I was just running and hearing them running behind me. The only thing I was thinking was, how long will they follow me and who the hell are they? This was the first time I was really happy to be a runner. I was clearly better than those guys, and it totally saved me because they chased for some time and it felt like an eternity to me. Fortunately, at the end of the field, there's another entrance to the forest, and this time it's a descent with the road at the end. I heard the steps of the three guys vanishing as I arrived to the end of the forest, though I didn't stop running until I arrived at my grandparents' house and locked myself in. I caught a big breath and gave a huge hug to my dog. I saw their eyes and she totally understood what happened, and I had never been so happy to have her in my life. After this, I told everything to my grandparents. We called the police, but they never found anyone. I don't know what those guys wanted, but the animal masks really made me think something satanic. I really don't want to know anyway. I still take long walks with my hero dog, but I now go earlier and places with a little more people. I'm an 18-year-old kid in culinary school. This happened back in 2009. Our program has an underground parking lot attached to a lounge of our own, located behind the cafeteria. Couples like going there cause it's always empty and partially dark. I hated it cause it had a back door leading to the parking lot that was barely lit up. Barely anyone parked there, so I found it creepy. Plus, being a horror fan, I knew that was a perfect opportunity for things to go wrong. Long story short, I came out of class one day and this kid I don't know starts walking up to me, almost confrontational like. I have a knife set with me and pull out the handle, ready to defend myself. He stops and hands me a paper. It reads, "Meet me in the lounge." I look at him in confusion and ask who sent him with a note. Was it my boyfriend? Or someone in the culinary program? Or maybe a friend from high school? He shakes his head and says he doesn't know, but I should go. I question him on what this person looks like, and he refuses to give me any information. I chuckled nervously, put the note in my pocket, and walked past the kid to head to class. He starts following me, asking me if I was going to go. I try ignoring him, heading into the library to get into a public place. He follows. He tries telling me I should go, that it's my destiny or some crap along those lines. I glare at him and pick up the pace, trying to head downstairs to the cafeteria in hopes of finding a classmate and losing the kid. He runs at the same pace, telling me he doesn't understand why I'm not going. I tell him, because I don't want to, now go away, and head into the cafeteria. By now, he's really creeping me out. I grab my phone to call the police, but instead, see a classmate and run towards him. The kid follows me, pointing towards the lounge and telling me I'm going the wrong way. I instantly panic and tell my classmate what's going on. He approaches the kid and tells him to leave me alone, that I have a boyfriend and that I'm not interested. The kid tells me that they're waiting for you in the lounge and not to take long. His words just give me chills. My classmate walks me to the student restaurant and asks for some others to come with us. 3 of my other colleagues come with us to the lounge, and there's no one there. I get freaked out and decide that I need to go home. that walked me through the campus to the parking lot where I called my parents to get a ride. One of the others stays with me, while the classmate who defended me goes to report the behavior to our teachers, who use the lounge as secondary offices sometimes. He then comes back to tell me that they're going to keep an eye out for any suspicious activity and for that kid. A few days later, I learned that a girl had been assaulted in that area, having parked there during the finals and gone in through the lounge. The school newspaper had reported it, but there were no details as to who did it and if they were caught. I literally felt my stomach drop, hoping that the girl was okay and hoping that those people get caught. I reported my incident to the newspaper team, but they claimed that she never dealt with anything like a note. They never found the suspects. My mom is glad I listened to my gut and didn't go. To this day, I still get chills about it. She recovered and escaped with only a few minor injuries. She got jumped, but I had no money, so they left her. All I can think of is, why me? If they were going for money, I was poor and literally lived off sesame crackers donated by my classmates because I had no money. I'm just glad the other girl's okay and that I listened to my gut. Who knows what would have happened to me if I had gone. This happened to me 7 years ago when I was 16. I'd all but forgotten about it until a few weeks ago when my mom brought it up. Necessary backstory. I grew up in a rural town in Australia. My house was 30 minutes out of town with 20 acres of thick brushland behind it and a driveway that was about 5 minutes drive on its own. The neighbor's house shared the driveway but was surrounded by 5 acres, so incredibly isolated. It always felt like a really safe place because it was so far away from other humans, but of course that comes with its downside. No one can hear you scream. In 2012, my brother graduated from high school and my folks got sick of being so far out, so they decided to rent a house and move closer to town. By then, my mom was so used to not having neighbors that it annoyed the shit out of her. We once heard the neighbors sneezing, and that was the last straw. So a year later, at the end of the lease, we moved back, but this time without my brother, who was settled in uni. When we went back, we moved into our original rooms and put all the furniture back how it was, more or less. My room was the only one on the left side of the house. I chose it for the view of the shed, which used to have chickens, ducks, and alpacas roaming around it. The room felt different somehow, like it wasn't mine. Instead of swapping rooms and having to do all my posters and stuff again, I just started sleeping with the light on. The only other thing that was different was the renters had left a horse float and a caravan and a padlock next to the shed. I couldn't have cared less, but my mom was calling the renters every other week to get them to move it as soon as possible. Also, at this time, my dad was working for a mining company and installing a pipeline to an island off the east coast, so he was away 4 weeks at a time, then home for 2 weeks. So onward to the point. One night when my dad was away at work and it was just me and my mom at home, I was exhausted and went to bed really early. I ended up having the absolute worst dream of my life. I was a little shit at the time, being a 16-year-old girl, but I barely spoke for the next few days. It had truly shaken me to my core. It started with my dog barking, as she would do for the entire 5 minutes that anyone was coming down the driveway. I went out to get her, but it was pitch black. I could only just see her standing at the edge of the grass by the drive. She was standing really aggressively, in a way I only ever saw her do to the kangaroos and the neighbor's dog. I started hearing footsteps crunching on the pebbles, then a male voice comes from the other side of the house. The dog was now running from left to right, going absolute apeshit, and getting gradually closer to me, like they were closing in, and she was trying her hardest to protect me. I was trying to scream, but the only sounds I could make was labored breathing. I was completely paralyzed with fear. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but they were laughing to each other and whispering. This kept going on for what felt like an eternity, the mysterious male voices getting closer and closer, but never coming out of the shadows enough for me to know who they were. Eventually, I woke up. It wasn't like the movies where I jump up and was out of breath. I was just laying in bed like a dead pharaoh with my eyes open like I had never been sleeping. After a few days of acting weird, my mom finally asked me what's going on. She's not a talkative person, so she asked it offhandedly and wasn't looking at me. As I told her, she stopped what she was doing and looked at me like I had just spoken in tongue. Turns out, the night I had the dream, shortly after I went to bed and just before sunset, 2 guys rocked up to the house, saying that they were there to collect the horse float. The dog went bananas at them, which was only strange because normally as soon as you were close to her, she'd fall on the ground and demand belly scratches. My mom didn't recognize these guys from anyone in the family that rented from us, but they knew about the shit my mom wanted gone, so she put the dog in her lockup and took them to it. One of them took it upon himself to walk around the back of the house, parallel to the shed, behind the dog lockup, then came back and pointed out that there was only one car in the driveway, that he had noticed before that there was a van, even said something like, "Husband not home tonight?" while looking at my window with a light coming through the curtains. To say the least, my mom freaked out. How did they know how many cars we had when she had never met either of them before? In an instant, she thought they must have came around before, seen 2 cars, and gone away. Following the man's gaze to my room, she let out a relaxed laugh and said, "Oh, he's just in there cleaning his guns, but he's probably done now. I'll go get him so he can help you with the float." The most intense weapon my dad owned was a rusty machete, so I have no idea where that came from on my mom's end, but I'm eternally glad for it. They protested and said that they could manage it, but she bolted inside, locked the doors, and stood there by the window with a knife and watched them drive away without the horse float. When my dad got home a week or so later, he called the renters up in a fit of rage and found out that they hadn't sent anyone to get it for them, but all their friends knew it was there because they had been trying to organize help to get both in one day. Purely because I was sleeping with the light on at the time this happened, and because I went to bed early at night, my mom and I escaped a potentially serious, horrific situation. Cause you just know if my dumbass was there, I would have instantly declared, "Nope, just us home tonight." For the record, I'm female. I'm turning 19 this year, and this story happened when I was 15. Oh, also, I'm from France. When I was 15 years old and just got into junior year, I created my first Twitter account that I deleted because of the story. Some information. I didn't tell anyone my username, neither my family nor my friends. My profile picture was an avatar, so no pictures of me on the account. And as location, I said Paris because I lived in the suburbs. I didn't have much followers, 20 or maybe 30, and I didn't follow that much people, so my timeline was not really interesting. One evening in October, someone sent me quite a strange direct message. It was a 200 follower account, and the message was, "Hi, my name is Rob. I just turned 17 and wanted to know if you lived in, because I will be moving there soon and go to the town high school, and I'm looking for friends." That indeed was the town I lived in. I immediately thought something was wrong because there was nowhere in my profile that I said where I actually lived. But after some time thinking, I remembered a tweet I made a few weeks ago about buses and mentioned the city. So I told myself he just looked up the city and found my tweet. His age wasn't shocking because I'm 2 years ahead of my classmates. I was bored and he was polite, so I answered him. I told him I indeed lived in that city and go to high school there. The discussion was natural, and we talked a lot that night, mainly about high school, about the food at the cafeteria, about the teachers, that kind of thing. But as it was getting very late, he tried to impose some personal questions, like, do you live far away from the high school? In a house or an apartment? Do you live with both your parents? There's 5 of you? You're not often home alone, right? I never answered because it was way too shady for me, and unfortunately, he didn't insist. I said unfortunately because if he did, I would have probably blocked him. The next day, same thing. We talked a lot, and he was still asking personal questions to know me better. So I asked him too. and he always answered with what seemed like honesty. I still didn't answer the questions about my house though, because he didn't need to know anything. It lasted 2 or 3 weeks, but it was enough for me to develop feelings for him. He was handsome, super kind, and it was everything I needed, because I was bullied for years, and still am today. I still developed strong feelings, but most importantly, blind trust in people who are friendly to me. In France, it was October, and we had a 2-week-long vacation, and the day before back to school day, he finally told me he was coming to my high school because he finally moved in with his mom, and he asked me for a place to meet during morning break. I was so happy and relieved to be able to meet him and told him to join me in the hall. When he realized that there would be people around, he said he would prefer an isolated area because he was afraid he would not recognize me and didn't want to spend the whole break looking for me. It was a good excuse for me, so I told him to meet me in the 3rd floor bathroom because we weren't allowed to stay there during the breaks and no one would disturb us. In my head, even though it was a little bit creepy, I was still in school, so nothing could happen to me. Next day, back to school day, I made myself pretty. I wore my best clothes and counted the minutes, and finally, when break time arrived, I ran to the bathroom and waited. When he arrived, it was him. He was not a catfish. He looked quite like his profile picture, but I still noticed that he seemed a little bit older than he told me. I thought more like 20 years old instead of 17. We talked a lot. We got along well. I was so pleased. At the end of the break, he asked me to go with him to get fast food on lunch. I said no, because I didn't have any money, and I always refused to let people pay for me. It's a principle. He seemed disappointed, but offered to walk me home after class. I explained I have to take the bus, but that he could walk me to the bus stop. He looks disappointed again, but finally accepts. And that's exactly what happened, and it was so great that it quickly became some kind of routine. We'd meet in the 3rd floor bathroom during the morning break, and he'd walk me to the bus stop after classes. Surprising fact, I never saw him in the hallways nor at the cafeteria, but I thought at the time that the building was huge and there was over 1,500 students in there, so if our schedules didn't coincide, there was no way we would run into each other. This little game lasted until December, so almost a month and a half. The 14th of December, a Thursday, I complained about how lonely I was going to be that evening, because my dad was abroad for work, my brother always stays at his friend's house, my little sister was on a school trip, and my mom had to work late that very night. It was very reckless of me, but after weeks, I thought I could trust him. That evening, he walked me to the bus stop. We both waited. I got on the bus, waved at him, and put on my earphones. I had 2 stops before my house. It was about 5:45 in December, so it was already really dark outside. As I got out of the bus, I had a real bad feeling. There was that very uncomfortable sensation in my stomach, and I felt like I was being watched. I pressed pause on the music, but kept the earphones in, so people thought I couldn't hear anything, and that's probably what saved my life. I lived in a suburban neighborhood, very silent, especially at night, with no visibility on the big main road the bus passed. I heard footsteps behind me. I understood I was right. There was someone following me, and he does not have good intentions. At least I could hear that he was not accelerating, so he was not trying to catch up to me, but I couldn't guess how long that would last. As quietly as possible, I tried to reach for my keys in my pocket, and when I finally pulled them out, I ran. I ran as fast as I could, best sprint of my life. I don't know how it worked, but I managed to open the door and close it before he could reach me. I then deactivated my alarm, which, by the way, confirmed that I was home alone. I took a look through the glass panel on the door. We don't have a peephole, so I'm looking through the whole window, so if someone wanted to see what was happening inside, they could. It was Rob, a few meters away, looking at me with a really creepy face. He followed me home, probably with a car, and he was clearly not here for a chit-chat. I still don't know why I didn't call the police. I was totally paralyzed. We both stared at each other for a minute, and when I finally took back control over my body, I ran into the kitchen to get a knife, and then went back to the door. He was still there, banging against the door. I feared for a second that the glass would break, but thankfully it didn't. That moment, when I was pushing against the door, praying for it not to break, while he was kicking it harder and harder, was the longest, most terrifying thing I've ever experienced. After maybe 5 minutes, he stopped and went around the house, knocking on every shutter, and got to the back door. He looked very angry, but then my neighbor's car pulled up in the driveway, and Rob ran away, probably thinking it was my mom coming home. On Twitter, Rob sent me 1,000 messages before I could block him. He then deleted his account, and I thought I was done with the story. But quickly after, some accounts which had been created just to follow me started popping up. Their ads were all a series of numbers with the first letter of his name, and as soon as I blocked one, another one followed me. I chose to delete my account because I couldn't make it stop, and it was too hard to endure. They were literally sending me dozens of insulting DMs. Later, I talked to the people who were supposed to be Rob's classmates because I haven't met them, but not a single one had ever heard of Rob. This guy was never a student in my high school. That's why we never met apart from our daily meetings, and probably why he seems so old. I don't hear about him anymore, but I still ask myself, what did he want and what could have happened that night? So Rob, let's not meet again. This happened a few years ago when I was bartending in college. I was coming home down a stretch of divided highway at around 3 a.m. when I noticed a car heading towards me in the wrong lane. I doubted myself at first and thought that the car was on the other side of the highway. Sure enough, the white Ford sedan passed me at really high speed, at least 90 miles per hour. It's worth noting for later, I also drive a white Ford sedan. I was used to seeing drunk idiot drivers in the middle of the night, so I pulled alongside the road and let him pass me. I had a moment of clarity and thought to call the police, thinking that this person could hurt themselves or someone else. The dispatcher answered, and after telling them which road and exit mile marker I was at, they told me that they would send a car. The state police station was only a few exits away, so I figured they would send someone and I would just drive home. As I headed back onto the highway, I noticed lights a few miles behind me. I live in a more rural part of southern Pennsylvania, and traffic at 3 a.m. tends to be truckers and cops. The car gains on me when I was getting up to speed, and I stayed on the right lane and waited to pass. Instead, it flipped on the high beams, making it uncomfortable to drive, and rode my tailgate. At this point, I thought I would be pulled over by the police. I drove a white Ford sedan, and it just called about a different white Ford sedan, so I grabbed my registration from the glove box. Suddenly, the car behind me audibly slammed on its brakes and stopped in the middle of the highway. They must have just shut off their car because the lights went out, and I saw what looked like the same sedan from earlier. I thought it may have been a police car. They had a roof rack, and it also could have looked like I reached for a gun from my glove box or something. I panicked and called 911 for the second time. I asked the dispatcher if they had sent a cruiser to investigate. The dispatcher assured me that they had sent somebody out. Dispatcher:
We've sent a trooper out to find the car, sir.
I only asked because someone is following me and acting weird. It could be a cop, and I think I freaked them out by getting my registration.
Are you pulled over?
No, they didn't turn on their lights.
Let me try to get the trooper we sent out.
As she was talking, the car sped towards me again and stopped inches from my bumper. Again, the high beams were on, and again they slammed on their brakes. I told the dispatcher, I'm pretty sure it's not the police behind me. The car sped up on my bumper again and turned their high beams on, this time laying on the horn. Hearing this, the dispatcher asked me what was happening.
What's happening? Did you honk?
That's a car behind me. I don't think it's a cop.
I'll try to get the trooper again, but I don't think it's him behind you.
For some reason, this is what shook me. Before that, I thought that I was getting pulled over and maybe get a ticket. Up until then, I was going the speed limit and trying to avoid getting pulled over. I told the dispatcher, I don't care if I get pulled over. I'm speeding, and if they put their lights on, then I'll pull over. I started accelerating, and the person behind me just kept up with me. The speed limit was 55, and they kept on my bumper the entire time, but this time they were swerving. I tried to signal for the exit, then bailed on it, but they followed. At the next exit, I took the off-ramp and continued on the on-ramp, and the car behind me followed me the whole time. I thought about trying to go to the Wawa, a convenience and gas station that was pretty much the only populated place in southeastern Pennsylvania at 3 a.m., but the dispatcher thought that would be unsafe. She was calm and talking to another person trying to send police to me. The other person, maybe a supervisor, asked if I could drive to the state police station. Realizing that I was one exit away, I told her I was coming there, and she said that she would have troopers to meet me outside. As I pulled off the exit, the car followed me. I blew a few red lights to get to the police station, and the car tried to pull into the other lane to pass me or pull up alongside me. Once the police station was in view, I put on my turn signal, and the car slammed on its brakes again, turned off their lights, and turned into a parking lot. The story kinda ends anticlimactically as I pulled into the police station and met the troopers. 2 of them went out to find the car, and I stayed with the 3rd trooper. I thanked the dispatcher and her supervisor, and the state trooper escorted me home after taking a statement from me. I was never called for a follow-up, so I can only assume they didn't catch this person. So this nearly happened 20 years ago. I feel old. Over a few months, all these posters of missing women kept going up in the neighborhood I live in, and neighborhoods nearby. One night, I was sitting at a bar, and there were probably 20 other people there in total. Everyone's having a nice time, no drama, nothing out of the ordinary, when a guy walks in and sits down. He was wearing regular, not noteworthy clothing. He didn't talk or say anything strange. He wasn't even acting in a weird way, but the whole room went cold. People stopped talking, shuffling around in their seats. It was like this dark, unrecognizable energy had entered the room. I remember feeling breathless, and like I just wanted to run out of the room. Everyone else at the bar seemed to be responding the same way. The guy walked over to the bar and asked for a drink, and I've never seen this happen before to a sober customer who hasn't caused any trouble, but the barman turned him away. The guy left. Almost immediately, the atmosphere went back to what it had been. I walked up to the bar and ordered a drink, and asked the bartender why he refused to give this guy a drink. We were friendly, as I drank there regularly. He said that the guy just made him feel uncomfortable in a way that he's never experienced before, and that he couldn't bring himself to serve him a drink. Other people in the bar began to agree, but no one could put their finger on why. A couple weeks later, I was watching the news, and there was a breaking story. It was about how someone found dismembered limbs in a rubbish bag. The remains belonged to a woman whose missing photos we had been seeing for months. They were all sex workers. They showed a photograph of the serial killer that they caught. Sure enough, it was a guy from the bar that night who no one could bear to be in the room with. I can't explain why, because when he walked in the room and asked for a drink, he didn't really do anything strange, but he brought this terrifying, inhumane, unrecognizable energy with him. Sometimes I wonder if he had just killed someone that night, or someone an hour or so later, and that's why the presence of evil felt so visceral that night. So this happened about 5 or 6 years ago. A bit of background on me. I'm a masculine, lesbian woman, and at the time I had been working for a few years as a house painter, so I was pretty muscular at the time. Anyways, I was out partying with a group of girlfriends, as we usually would, which there were 5 of us. We were having a good time, getting drunk, and just having fun. At some point, I'm at the bar with 2 of my friends, just having a beer, and our 2 other friends, Alice and Sophie, were having a blast on the dance floor. Now, I've been raised to keep an eye on people I'm with, so I purposely sat myself so I could see the dance floor. After a while, I noticed that Alice was giving me the side eye and a pained look on the dance floor. I changed my focus to see what was wrong, and I could see that 2 guys were trying to push Sophie away from the rest of us. The guys were fairly big, and from my point, looked like they were trying to awkwardly flirt with Sophie, and Sophie was trying to get away. I got up and walked over to Sophie, wrapping my arms around her shoulders, pulled her closer to me and said, "Hey babe, everything okay?" No, she wasn't my girlfriend, but playing girlfriend for my friends was something that happened fairly often when we went out. My friends give me a special look, or I see them in a painful situation with a guy. I know it's my time to play girlfriend. Doesn't always work, but mostly it does. So the guys are looking at me, and I can see one of them getting angry. He was looking at me, then Sophie, and it didn't take long for him to start shouting at her, yelling that she had led him on, and that he owned her. At this point, I'm very aware that he might try to hit Sophie, so I push her behind me. And yes, I got her out of range as he tried to punch her. He ended up hitting my shoulder instead. I started yelling at him for being an asshole, which in return, he calls me some homophobic slurs. The staff had heard the outburst and the bouncer came. The bouncer had seen him hit me and grabs a hold of him and tries to get us all out of the club as quickly as possible. We were all kind of shaking and decided to get some coffee before going to another club, a gay club this time because I knew a lot more people there. On our way from the coffee place to another club, Alice noticed that the two guys were following us and Sophie starts to panic, understandably so. We start to take other routes around and just get them off of us. In the end, we got to the club. I talked to the bouncers and the staff members, all three people I knew, explained what was happening, and I was escorted to the back room and then to the train station by one of the bouncers. We all took to Alice's apartment and slept there, since none of us wanted to be alone. The next day, I get a call from the police to go to the police station, so we could all give them a statement of what happened and what we witnessed. I was a little confused by this. I knew that one of the staff members had my number and probably gave it to the police, but I didn't know why they had called the police. I called my friend from the staff, and he told us that the two guys tried to get into the club, but weren't allowed. They had been angry about it and went into the bar right next to the club, where they were later caught in the back alley with a drugged up lady. I don't even want to think about what could have happened to any of us, or Sophie, if we hadn't gotten away. So to the two guys from the club, let's never meet. I have a lot of weird, unusual, or just downright creepy instances that happened in my everyday life for as long as I can remember. It's not just me either. Several members of my family have shared some scary stories with one another down the years. What I'm about to tell you is a completely unexplained mystery that happened to my dad in the 1980s when he was 18, and it involves a night out with his best friend and their girlfriends at the time. Those relationships didn't last long. It may not seem relevant, but the events of this story are one of the reasons for that. My dad grew up in Manchester, England in the 1970s. As my dad was looking for work and balancing uni, he had a night out every Friday and Saturday night, usually with his friend, who I'll call Wayne for privacy reasons. Despite my dad's thirst for alcohol, he never used drugs or smoked weed even though his friends did. Wayne, my dad, and their girlfriends at the time arrived at the nightclub in Manchester one Friday night. None of the four were intoxicated yet, so the eagerness to get hammered kicked in. My dad bought a round of drinks. Before he could take a sip, he was bursting to use the restroom, so he handed over the drinks to his friend and girlfriends while he went to use the John. The club was not busy yet, and it was only 11 p.m., so the line to the toilet was very small. Security guards keep an eye on it for drug users, or people falling asleep, or simply being too drunk or wanting to fight in the bathroom. My dad did his business within a couple minutes, and after washing his hands, he opened the door to the dance floor. To the pit in his stomach, the last song of the night was playing. The song played every night to signal it was the last call. My dad couldn't piece together what was going on. How could the last song of the night be playing? He asked the bartender for the time, and the bartender's watch was 5 minutes to 2 a.m. Stunned, my dad couldn't understand how a bathroom break for a couple minutes went over 4 hours. He was slapped in the face hard by his girlfriend, accusing him of leaving the club to get with another girl. Even my dad's friend Wayne had a smirk on his face as he was eagerly awaiting to hear who the girl was. My dad was not amused. He was extremely angry, not understanding what was going on. Was the whole club playing a joke on him? Did he fall asleep in the club? Wait, the security would have thrown him out if he was asleep. He couldn't process what was going on. He went home and took 3 shots of vodka, trying to calm down. To this day, my dad cannot figure out what happened that night, and 39 years later, he still swears to this day that he was sober that night at the club. Months after that night, he met my mom at the same nightclub, which was his first time back. Questions will surround the night at the club seemingly forever. Was my dad abducted by aliens? Was he thrown into another dimension? Or did someone drug him and bring him back to the club? We'll probably never know what really happened, but if something did, I'm glad my dad doesn't remember it. So, some context. I've never really been in a long-term relationship. I've dated a girl a bit, but I haven't dated a guy. I'm bi, and I've never slept with either a girl or a guy. I'm a 20-year-old female. This story, like anyone else my age, I started swiping on Tinder to try to put myself out there. I like to think I'm not naive and pretty intuitive about people, but I wasn't perceptive about this guy at all. Jake and I swiped and matched each other 2 days ago. Jake first messaged me telling me he wanted to meet me and my dog, and that he thought we were both cute. Liking his directness, I said we should meet up. The night was the first red flag. When I didn't message him back immediately, he messaged me asking if he was detecting negativity. Chalking it up to nervousness, I apologized and explained why I didn't answer, and all was good. We planned to meet up last night at the bar. Flag number 2 was waived when I arrived at the bar. It's important to note, in the state where I live, any place selling liquor cannot let in someone under 21. I didn't know this, and had been reassured by Jake that I could get in no problem. Of course, this wasn't true. Luckily, in retrospect, unfortunately, seeing my birthday was in a week, the bouncer let me in anyway. Within minutes, Jake was at the bar too. Meeting this guy, he seemed normal. Red leather jacket, chucks, typical normal dude. He orders me a gin and tonic and one for himself, and we settle into talk. He tells me about his life and his family, and I do the same. We play pool at one point, so I put my drink down. This is when things get a little blurry. I can't remember most of our conversation up until we happened to get back to my place. I remember us leaving, us getting into his car, and us getting back near to my place. You have to understand, I don't drink much, but one drink does not get me drunk. I barely ever brown out, and I never black out. This is important to note. Once in my town, we decided to go in the nearby market to pick up food. As we were there, red flag 3 occurs. Seeing someone I thought I knew, I told Jake I was going to say hi, but he awkwardly backed away and stood outside at that point, refusing to meet her. I was wrong though, I didn't know the girl, so I soon rejoined him to walk to my place. As we open the door to my place, my roommate Mandy opens the door. We say hi, talking a little, and she mentions that she's going to take a shower. Jake at this point creepily makes a "oh" sound. Mandy is also a little tipsy at this point, and mentions some guy she wants to have sex with. No biggie, it's the way she rolls. But after his expression and the realization of how tired I was, I say he should go. He does, with no attempt at any physical contact. This is where the story should end, but it doesn't. Within a few minutes, dude blows up my phone with messages saying he is more open-minded, like my roommate, calling me boring, implying that I'm not attracted to guys, saying that he felt no chemistry, and hoped we would have cuddled. I show my roommate, who gasped, me not getting the full meaning of the open-minded comment, since I was kind of out of it. I ask her why she's so shocked. Finally I get it, he's implying that he wants to sleep with her. that he is more open to sex than I am. Creepy, so creepy. At this point I'm freaking out. Slowly I realize how I'm acting and feeling, putting together how one drink shouldn't make me feel this way. I realized I might have been drugged. Mandy and I go to the local police and we report it. I decided not to get tested. I could explain why, but until you're in my position, possibly drugged at 3 a.m., embarrassed, worried you're wrong, worried you might be charged for underage drinking, don't judge. It's a lot harder than it looks to go through the whole process. Anyway, the story ends. I'm terrified because he knows where I live, and with me sleeping off whatever's in my body. This story happened to me from late July 2012 till late 2014 with ongoing issues for my safety. On that note, I would like to remain anonymous for the safety of myself. This all began in late July of 2012. I came from a small town where everyone knows everyone. I had just turned 18, and as most 18-year-olds in my town, we would like to go drinking down at the beach and have a bonfire. I had a regular group of friends who I would hang out with, and we would go for drives over to the bigger cities and find things to do. I was on one of those drinking nights with a close friend of mine. We'll call him Adam. So Adam and I went for a drive from my parents' house in the rural area of the town and decided we wanted to go to a big city to watch a movie. After saying goodnight to my parents and hopping in Adam's car, we went to the movie theater and had a good time. After the movie had finished, we decided to go to McDonald's and get food. This is where I met the man that ruined my life. He served my friend while I stood beside him at the counter, busying myself on my phone, texting my friends and whatnot, while Adam placed our orders. The guy who was serving us gave me a smile, and I smiled back as I said to my friend that I was gonna go have a cigarette. He nodded, and I went outside. Moments later, he walked out with our food, and the guy who served us was walking behind him. He came and stood next to me and asked me for a lighter while introducing himself. We shall call him Chris. So Chris sparked up a conversation and gave me his number. He said he would like to take me out sometime for a movie or something. I agreed and made plans to see him the following weekend. After about a month of spending a lot of time with Chris and coming out to his parents' place, we agreed to make our relationship official. He would spend most weeknights at my parents' house. I lived in a granny flat on my parents' property, and he would drop me off at school in the morning to the disgust of my friends, who all had to catch the bus. One morning after Chris had stayed over and was driving me to school, I said to him that he should pull over next to the school bus, which was waiting for students to climb aboard. One of my friends was waiting next to the bus, so I stuck my head out the window and told her to climb in. This was mistake number one, introducing the two of them. A few weeks after my friend met Chris, we broke up, and it was a messy breakup. Shortly after the breakup, the scary shit began to happen. I would hear people walking around the gravel driveway at random hours at night. I would see Chris's car sitting down at the end of my parents' road, under the street light, before I would go to bed. The stalking progressed to where I could hear him standing outside my ranch slider, talking to someone, and trying to jiggle open the garage door and walk around on the gravel. Things began to really become scary for me when I would receive phone calls and texts from random numbers during class about how the person was watching me as I would walk to the bus every morning, and what my parents were doing throughout the day, and threats with things like how they were going to break into my house and rape me, and then hide my body somewhere deep in the forest where no one would ever find me. At this time, it was during the end of the year exams and preparing for university applications, and feeding all sorts of information to my friend, who we shall call Julia. She, unknown to me, had been spending more time with Chris since the first introduction when we gave her a lift to school. This was a fatal mistake on my behalf because she knew exactly where I was going to be, what my timetables were, and when I would be most likely alone, and an easy target for Chris to find me. They began to date, and the texts became more frequent from both of them. even an attempt to harm me one night when I was staying late with people in my drama class working on our final performance of the year, and would be alone in an easily accessible classroom till about 10 p.m. Some of my classmates noticed this car parked across the road from where our classroom was and said that it looked like two figures were sitting in the car waiting for me to come out. I freaked out and rang my mom and informed her. She came to collect me and took me home while watching the road to make sure that they hadn't followed us. The shit really hit the fan when I became so scared that I had to go to the police about a message I received and the fact that there was someone coming onto our property trying to break in and harm me or my parents. Chris carried weapons in his car because he liked to hunt. I knew it was also for security purposes because he was in an underground world of drugs. Once I had lodged a formal complaint about Chris and informed the police about the weapons he had on his person and in his home, the police went around and had a look for anything, but they found nothing, which set him off even more. That evening, he sat down at the end of the road, as per usual, and waited for all the lights to go out. Then he came up along the front of the house and up the driveway. I was sleeping in my parents' living room, which was right beside the driveway, with big windows and a ranch slider all the way to my brother's room. I heard him walking alongside the house on the driveway towards my flat, thinking I was in there, and I heard the sound of a gun being cocked. I sat up for a moment, thinking what I should do. I commando crawled down the hallway to my parents' room and quietly said to my mom, "Mom, get up, there's someone outside." My dad bolted right up, grabbed his robe and his .22 rifle, and ran out the kitchen door, setting off the sensor lights, and bolted down the driveway chasing after something, running through the paddock. After that night, things calmed down for a month, till I was packing up to move 10 hours away to a new city. The night after I left, my mom rang to say someone had been in my house, and had walked in with muddy boots on. And because there was rather large prints all throughout the house, as if someone was trying to scope out the place. Odd things would happen at my parents' place, like trees would be cut down in the middle of the night, or a car would drive super slow past with its lights all off at odd hours of the night. Things started happening to me down at my new apartment. Each morning when I would go out, there would be this car, always parked across the road with his windows tinted, watching me. I received voicemails of the violent nature from private numbers. This kept up until last year when it all stopped. No phone calls, no sightings of random cars, no odd things going on at my parents'. Every time I go home, I never tell anyone when I'm leaving and when I'll be back at my parents' for my own safety. I get flashbacks when I hear something like a car backfire or when I see a car similar to Chris's. I always keep my home address private and my phone number restricted for my own safety because he's always hunting for me and I don't want to put other people at risk. I always say to my mom, if I go missing, we know where to start looking. When I was about 8 years old, my sister, who was 18 at the time, brought home her new boyfriend. He was around 30 years old, which concerned my mom, but it wasn't abnormal for my sister to do this. At this point in her life, she was falling rapidly into deep depression. Drugs and one-night stands were very common at this time for her, so an actual boyfriend seemed better than my mom not knowing where she was every night. The boyfriend was nice to us, especially to me. He and my sister took me different places. He bought quite expensive gifts for me, and my 8-year-old self liked him very much, for this of course. This will be relevant later. I even went to his house for a sleepover, but of course my sister was there with me. I should tell you that I never got any creepy vibes from him. He never said anything weird or creepy as far as I can remember. Fast forward to the day that they broke up. It's quite a blur, so I don't remember all of it, but I do remember him showing up to our house and my sister refusing to let him in. My mom wasn't home, but it was still light outside, and luckily, we were very close with our neighbors. My other sister, she was around 13 or 14, kind of locked herself in her room, but every now and then she would walk up to my older sister and ask, "Has he left yet?" Now, I was a very curious kid, and I had no clue what was going on. I saw my older sister very distraught and very snappy towards me. Understandable considering I was constantly following her around and asking questions. I remember looking out my mom's window while my sister tried to push my head out of sight. This is also relevant. Her boyfriend yelled at her that he had came all this way. He lived about an hour away, and something about the police, though I can't remember what. He left shortly after. Years later, I thought of that evening and finally asked my mom about it. What she told me left me shocked. Apparently, my sister had found child pornography on his phone. It still gives me shivers thinking about how nice he was to me and why my sister was trying to keep me out of view that night. This isn't as scary as most stories here, but I thought I would share it and let you guys decide. But Sisters X, I really hope me and my family never sees you again. So I was with this guy from August to December in 2019, but I decided to break up with him for reasons that aren't important right now. At the time, he took it well and wished me luck. A few months pass and quarantine starts. He starts spamming me with calls and desperate texts. 29 calls, over 100 texts. I got sick of it, so I blocked him and thought that would be the end of it. And it was, for about 4 months. Then, some of our mutual friends messaged me saying he's going crazy without me. I told them I wanted nothing to do with him, and they tried to guilt me into unblocking him. I refused. Once again, I thought it was over. Flash forward to a week and a half ago. I get a random package at my door. It contained a 12-page letter, a painting from one of my favorite animes, and an album I always wanted. It also had my favorite candy, a candle, a cute keychain, 2 printed pictures of me and him, and his custom jacket. I tell my mom, paranoid that he's stalking me, and she tells me if he comes by again, we're gonna call the police and get a restraining order. It calmed down slightly, but even almost 2 weeks later, I'm still freaked out. I've been burning the pictures slowly, and I plan on burning his jacket. It's the only way I can think to help me move on. This all started when my mom met her new boyfriend, who I'll call Ray. I was 14 the first time when he met me and my siblings. He looked at my mom and said, "Oh wow, didn't know you had a gang. So great first impression, right?" He seemed like a normal guy at first, but after he moved in we soon realized he was a hothead. He would yell a lot and throw tantrums, but he would always sweet talk his way around my mom to make everything seem okay again. And this is probably why she didn't dump him sooner. My mom has always been a bit immature, so I think it made it easier for him. Ray found it difficult to get along with me and my siblings. He would complain about every little thing we did wrong, and he started to accuse us of trying to ruin his relationship because of this. I have 3 sisters, and me and my younger sister were the ones he had a problem with, since we were the youngest. He soon stopped us from seeing friends that he didn't like, and was way more strict on us than my older sister. I realized he was crazy when he picked me up from school one day, which he never did, and while driving home, he accused me and my sister of talking about him behind his back. I said, "What?" And he started going on about me not bothering to deny it because he had proof. When he got home, he showed us a recorder and played back me and my sister complaining about him in our bedroom. So I knew it was when we were in our bedroom. What the hell? Immediately, I asked him, "Why are you recording us in our bedroom?" We had a big argument, and I immediately rang my mother and told her, but I think she didn't want to get on his bad side because she didn't say anything about it to him, which still annoys me. I made him remove all the recorders from mine and my sister's room. When I was 16, I got a job at Chicken Tree, and he had a big problem with that as well. The reason for this was because my boyfriend at the time worked there, and he thought I was going there to mess around. So, his way of making sure I didn't was to come and record me, and he did that for about a month. I was pretty much done at this point and moved in with my dad, who had just moved back from New Zealand. My dad was pissed when I told him about this and wanted to call the police on him, but my mom begged him not to. They broke up soon after over something unrelated, so thankful I never saw him again. So when I was about 15, my parents and I went to a family party. There was music and all the parents were dancing and asked if I would keep an eye on the 5 to 8 kids. I lived in a small town, so I knew the kids and didn't mind watching them. The kids wanted to play tag, and me being a little kid at heart, I was excited to play tag with them. So before the game started, I agreed to be it, and they ran off. I probably should have kept a closer eye on them, but I knew the area and the people, so I didn't really think much of it. I gave them a 30-second head start, but before I began to chase them, I saw a guy I'd never seen before. He wore a weird raggy white and tan wool sweater and had a very poorly groomed beard. He stared at me, so I immediately ran off to chase the kids. After we played a few rounds, we all decided to sit down and take a break. We took a seat on some rocks outside, and I noticed a strange man was sitting at a table alone, just staring at us. My "this guy is bad news" alarm started blaring, and I took the kids inside for a minute so I could watch the man. I was staring at him through the window, and he was staring back at me with unsettling eyes. After the longest minute of my life, one of the kids tugged my shirt and asked to play again. I said it was probably a bad idea, but instead, I told him to wait for a second before I made my decision. I stepped outside and noticed the man leaving. I sighed a breath of relief and told my parents what happened, and they said it's probably nothing, which I agreed, and then the kids started playing again. This time, I made sure that all the kids were in groups of 2 or 3, and then I jumped between the groups making sure they were safe. Eventually, they were tired out, and we sat on the rocks again. But the man was back. I was so shocked and couldn't even get out a word. The man looked at me and said, "Why don't you all sit down? I like seeing you sit down." I told him to leave, but he just stared at me. Luckily, one of the kids had snuck away and grabbed my dad. My dad grabbed a couple of his friends, and they told the guy to get out of there. He left, and the party kind of ended after that. To the man in the sweater, let's not meet again. I didn't go to uni, but my best friend Tessa did, so of course I wanted to go to her housewarming party after I hadn't seen her for so long. I drove to her new house, about an hour's drive from me, and met her early so we could go out for dinner and pick up some cheap alcohol and mixers for later. When we got into the house, I was introduced to some of her new housemates for the first time and picked a seat on a rusty brown sofa that looked like a dog's chew toy. It wasn't glamorous, but Tessa was so excited for her two worlds to collide. A little bit of awkwardness later, I realized that I'm the only new person and everyone knows each other. The house slowly fills up with people, drinks are poured, and the volume is rising on the speakers. A little bit of backstory. I'm in a career where I have to have an extended DBS check all the time and cannot have anything on my criminal record, not even a driving offense. I don't really know anyone, and after coming back from the bathroom, I can't find my friend. I don't really know the house that well, so I go upstairs to look for her. As I get to the first bedroom, I'm welcomed by a crowd of shrieking girls that wanted to compliment my hair and nails. I asked them if they've seen Tessa, and they said no. As I turn to leave, I'm blocked by these three guys leaning over the dresser, doing lines of coke. I'm a bit taken aback, but avoid eye contact and try the next room. In the next bedroom, there's loads of people sitting and standing and just talking. As I walk into the room further, I get shouted at by a guy that I'm letting it out. Then I'm whacked in the face with the strongest smell of weed. I walk straight back out. After doing a quick scan and still not being able to see her, I then try the bathroom on the landing, and it's just another girls chatting and giving life advice. After telling them that Craig ain't shit and he doesn't care about you, and them telling me that they didn't know Tessa, I leave to try my luck somewhere else. I'm feeling pretty lost. I can't leave the house because I've been drinking, and I was supposed to stay over that night. I go back downstairs into the back bedroom, just off the extension. I open the door to the room that I'm staying in that night, with all my stuff in it, and it's dark and quiet. I sit on the bed, get out my phone, and start texting my boyfriend. Stuff like how I wish I didn't come, and how I didn't want to be there. As I'm looking at my phone, I hear the small metal from a little tiny bolt scrape across the door. I can't see the other side of the room, so I lock my phone on bright to see better, and can't make out the shapes. Then I hear a guy's voice. Sorry, I just didn't want anyone else to come in. That did not put me at ease. I awkwardly laugh and try to undo the lock to go back out and quickly slip through the door. I finally get to the kitchen where there's a girl slumped on the floor, her head down, murmuring to herself. I can't just look away and just want to know if she's okay, so I reach out and hold her arm and ask her if she wants to sit on the sofa. A guy stood next to her drinking Jack Daniels straight from the bottle and tells me, "She don't need to go. Leave her. She's coming down and just needs a little pick-me-up, don't ya, babe?" As he passes her a cup from the counter with pinkish-looking liquid inside. Everyone is just looking at me, so I squeeze past to get to the garden, which is where I found her. 3 guys stood over her as she was passed out on the grass. They're taking pictures. I get a horrible lump in my throat, and the 3 guys are laughing. Instincts kick in and I run to her, sitting her up so she doesn't choke. The guys are laughing at her, shouting, "Tessa baby, look at the camera. Tessa, you're gonna love this." I don't know how she knew them, but I didn't, and I was mad. She snapped back to reality and told me that she just felt a bit tired, so she had a quick power nap. After sobering up to that, I slept in my car in fear of the strange guy locked in my room, the girls in the bedroom doing coke, the girl in the kitchen passed out from who knows what, and the fear of being there when the police came. It was selfish, but I stayed until I knew my friend was in bed and the other girls were around. I just couldn't be in that house. I'm a female and 25 years old. Back in 2011, when I was 16, I did an exchange year in the States. It was my first time being away for a long period of time, around 10 months. It was a really awesome experience, and I recommend a year abroad to anyone. But I had a really creepy encounter, the one that also makes you second guess your decision making skills. I think it was a Wednesday around May or June, and I had to meet a friend to go to the promenade and just walk around, eat, and talk. We had church that night, and he had to prepare something for service. I'm not really religious, but since my friends and my host family went to church, I went along with them. Since I didn't need to help, I decided to go to the promenade and maybe do some shopping. After he left, I walked around for a little bit, up on the beach, eating frozen yogurt and listening to some music. Then I felt a slight tap on my shoulder, and I turned around, kinda expecting someone I knew. But there was this guy with blonde, short-length hair that was kinda wavy, pale skin, and around 25 I would guess. If I remember correctly, he was a little shorter than me, or maybe around the same height. He said hi, and I said hi back. He asked me what I was doing here all alone, and I told him I was waiting for a friend. He nodded and asked if I wanted to walk around while I was waiting, since he had nothing to do. For some stupid reason I said yes. Please don't ask me why. I'm really bad at turning people I don't know down. I got up and we started walking aimlessly, but it eventually ended up near the pier. He asked me a bunch of questions, where I was from, what I was doing here in the States, if I liked it here, if I had friends, and so on. He had an Eastern European accent, and I think he also mentioned that he's from Croatia. or another country in that area. Eventually, he started asking me if I had a boyfriend, and when I declined, he asked me what my type was. I answered him, I like Japanese guys. I used to be kind of a weeb. And he said that he knew some Japanese guys, and that a friend of his was having a party close by. He invited me, and my stomach dropped. Up until then, I had this suspicious feeling about him, but then it changed into full stranger danger mode. I felt cold, and I remember my heart racing like crazy. I declined nervously, and he asked me why. I told him I was still waiting for my friend, but he said he'll just show me where the party is, and that I could come back again later, after I was done with whatever I was doing with my friend. I declined again, and he asked if I was scared of him. I just answered that I didn't know when I would be done, and that my friend would arrive any minute. While I was talking to him, I texted my friend to call me to get me out of the situation. But luckily he did, and I kind of talked to myself because he had no idea what was going on. Just asked him where he was waiting, made up a location nearby, and then hung up. I then told the guy that my friend was waiting for me and I had to leave. He tried to get me to stay, but I declined and walked away. I feared he might follow me, but luckily he didn't. I don't think he believed me when I said my friend was waiting for me, but screw that. I just wanted to get out of that situation. Later at church, he asked me what was going on, and I told him the story. He said that I was stupid for interacting with the guy in the first place, which I knew, but he's glad that I didn't do anything stupid, like actually go with him. The guy might have just been a weird dude with no bad intentions, but please don't invite underage girls to go to a party with you. It just makes you look like a creep. This happened about 20 years ago, and I was reminded of the event talking with my wife. It's not so much scary as creepy and disgusting, and gave me a small glimpse into what women must feel like with all these creepy dudes. So I was 25 and on my lunch break, enjoying the nice day sitting at the park in the back of my old '89 Nissan 4-wheel drive pickup, with a sliding glass window open, jamming to some And Justice for All, eating my burger and fries. This minivan pulls up, and the skinny old man wearing a gray leisure suit. Think Mr. Furley's outfit in Three's Company. I know I dated myself and lost a lot of millennials with that reference. Anyway, he asked me, the very shy introverted me, who normally gives you the fuck off and die glare, if I'm the guy that he was supposed to meet to follow to a party. I of course said no, and hoped that was that. Of course not. He comes back and asks me if I'm sure that I'm not the guy that he's supposed to meet up with. Yeah, I guess I must have forgot, right? No, I said. I'm on my lunch break. Then he asked me if I go to those kind of parties. He says with a disgusting grin, sex parties. I was disgusted and yelled, no! And he was like, calm down. I was so creeped out that I just wanted to finish my lunch and go back to work when this asshole pulls up to me a third time, telling me that supposedly some girl in another car in the park was giving a guy a BJ. I snapped and screamed at him, fuck off, asshole, jumped into my truck and blared Metallica. The consensus from my co-workers, friends, ex-girlfriend, and now my awesome wife for 15 years and myself, that there was no party, and that he was, I guess, hoping to entice a 25-year-old metalhead dude to suck his dick at the park. So the creepy minivan sex party perv, you're probably dead by now, but if not, let's not meet again. This just happened to me a few years ago. I'm in my mid-20s, single female, who lives in a rural small town. As a woman, we're taught many things growing up. Unfortunately, I'm not the best at remembering or thinking things through. Because of this, the one rule that always stuck out was keeping a large, intimidating dog with me at all times, which may have saved me from an abduction at the gas station. I'm a bit of a night owl. Okay, completely a night owl. I'm most productive around 2 a.m. One night, I was really on a roll. I finished cleaning my entire house, my homework, regular work, and even got a workout in. The next day I was leaving town for a trip. So I was finishing up that night by packing up my bags and preparing everything. As I finished loading my car, I realized I forgot to fill the tank. This was around 3 a.m. So without much thought for the time, I figured that I'd hop over to the gas station a few blocks from my neighborhood and fill up quick, then I could take a nap and hit the road. Calling for my dog, an American bulldog, we loaded up and went to the gas station. I live in a more rural area, so you don't ever hear of anything bad or creepy happening. So honestly, it didn't cross my mind to be cautious as I pulled into an empty gas station. The place was located on the side of the highway with no buildings around it. Open land waiting to be developed. And since the place was dead, it would be a quick stop. My routine was to always roll down my windows when I stopped the car with my dog inside, as we have hot summers where I live, and he's locked me out before. It's become so ingrained in my head that even in the winter, or with other people in the car, I automatically roll the windows down. Like any other stop, I start to pump my gas and turn to look at my car to keep an eye on my dog as she stares out the windshield. At the click of the nozzle finishing, I turned and found myself face to face with a tall, thin man dressed in dark clothes. There was maybe 6 inches between our faces. Startled, I stumbled back and gasped as he reached towards me without speaking. I don't know if I've ever felt so terrified. It was probably less than a second. My brain was already reeling with ways to escape this man. Before I had any time to react further, my dog flew out the SUV window and landed on the concrete between me and the stranger. I'll tell you what, I've never once felt afraid of my dog, but seeing him at the moment, I found myself taking a shaky step backwards. He looked like a freaking porcupine. Every hair on his body stood straight up. I honestly couldn't take my eyes off my dog as I heard a rumble come from him. His entire body looked like it was vibrating. I could see the corners of his lips pull up into a snarl. His tail stood straight up in the air, a posture that he never held before, and it was like he was standing on his tippy toes, leaning forward with his chest puffed out. His ears were pushed forward, eyes locked on the man, and drool dripping from his mouth. It was like he was trying to make himself appear larger and more intimidating than he was. Maybe 2 more seconds passed before the man turned to run, tripping over the gas line, which caused gas to spill, scrambling back to his feet and disappearing into the dark. My dog didn't move for moments after that, and admittedly, I didn't either. But then he changed back to his normal goofy self, side wiggles, tail wagging, tongue hanging out of the side of his mouth. We ran inside and called the police, but didn't find the guy. I honestly don't know if his intentions were to hurt me, or if he was going to ask me for money, but it was 3 a.m. in the middle of nowhere, and is easily one of the most terrifying moments of my life. I don't go to gas stations in the middle of the night anymore, and probably won't ever again. And you bet, my dog got a few gas station hot dogs. It happened when I was 12 or 13 years old. We were visiting our ex-neighbors and took our 2 little dogs with us. Our parents asked my friend and I to take our dogs on a walk. While on our way back to the apartment, we saw a creepy dude walking in our direction. His behavior was so weird, whistling very suspiciously, looking at the sky with a terrifying grin on his face. I knew it was bad the second our dogs were growling and barking at him, way before he got near us. They never do this. They are so nice and sweet that I would expect them to greet a thief breaking into our home. We naturally ran away and got back home quickly. Turns out, this guy was known in our neighborhood for being a pedophile and had several other mental issues. When I was little, I begged my parents to get a dog every chance I got. For my 12th birthday, they finally said yes, and we got our first puppy. About a year later, I was taking him for a walk. It wasn't late, but the sun was setting, so we just went around the block. One of my neighbors, other side of the block, so we didn't know them, were having a party, and him and some other men were in the garage drinking and smoking. I walked past with my dog. He's an old English sheepdog, so he's big and gets a lot of attention when we're walking. The men called my dog over, and I don't think much of it. I let my pup guide me over to the garage. The men pet him, and I start to walk away when one of them grabs my wrist. A couple of them started asking me questions about myself. How old am I? Where am I going? And if I wanted to come inside for some pop so they can hang out with my dog. I rip my hand away, and he tries to grab me again, and my dog stands between us and starts to bark and growl at the men. As we walk away, they start calling for me to come back and laughing. So thankful that my dog noticed something was wrong and got defensive. They moved not too long after that, but I never walked that way alone again. So I'm a 13-year-old male and live somewhere in Alabama with my family. My dog Boomer has some good genes, so he's a good dog. He's a Doberman mixed with some sort of hound, so he had guard dog genes in him and hunting. Boomer had different sounds for different things. He had a whiny bark for when he needed something. He had his kind of deepish bark that's equivalent to, "Hey, what's that?" And then he had his aggressive bark when the thing he was barking at gets too close. And then there's his ghost growl, a chilling howl when he finds something. So I'm kind of reading some stories on Reddit when I hear Boomer switching between his whiny bark and his deep bark. I go outside to check on him because he might be stuck or sees another dog. When I get outside, I see Boomer looking in the area behind him while pacing back and forth looking at me and the field area. I get close to Boomer, and his ears go back, and his fur on his lower back stands up. He begins barking aggressively. I stupidly get too close to find out what he's barking at. A man lunges at me, and out of reflex, I jerk backwards towards Boomer. Boomer barks some more, but the guy doesn't get the hint and keeps coming at me. Boomer barks a final time before jumping up and bites his arm. The man screams in pain, alerting my grandma, who looks out the kitchen window and sees everything that's happening. She calls the police while my grandpa's outside getting his gun ready. The man kicked my dog and ran off into the night. The police never found the man, but he knows if he comes back, he might get shot. Who knows what would have happened if my dog wasn't a guard dog. For backstory, my fiance, 24, and I, 21, recently got an adorable 2-year-old German Shepherd back in the end of February. She's been a great addition to our family, and she loves her mama so much. I've had many dogs in my childhood, but I've never had one so loyal or smart. Now, this encounter happened a couple weeks ago, but my mind still goes back to it every once in a while, so I thought I should share it here. My fiance and I live together in an apartment complex, which is nice and offers some nice amenities for a new pup, like a dog park and a large space of grass right outside our apartment. We usually take our pup to this space of grass and let her run around and do her business whenever she needs. This one day though, my fiance and I decided to take her out together to get some fresh air. It was a hot 90-degree day, so I was only wearing a sports bra and shorts, trying to combat the overwhelming heat. I am walking her and taking her up and down the hill until she gets done doing what she needed to do, when I notice her turn to where some of the cars are parked. She's the type of dog that loves other dogs, but doesn't care one bit about humans. I assumed maybe there was another dog around. Instead of turning back to finish her business, she keeps her eye on the cars, purposely positioning herself between me and the cars. A few minutes later, I watch a man exit around the cars, me not noticing him before because some of the foliage. During all of this, my fiance was a little bit out of it, so he doesn't notice any of it. But as the man walks around the cars and down the road, around the grass, my pup is tracking him with her eyes, keeping separation between me and the man. Eventually the man stops, pulls out his phone, pointing up to the sky to take a photo. My fiance, still being the goof that he is, stares up at the sky too, comments about how beautiful it is. Because my pup is staring at the sky, I'm staring at him. I just have this feeling that there's something wrong with him. My pup doesn't care about other humans. They could walk by at any time, and she wouldn't give them a second glance. But with him, it was different. When he finished taking the photo of the sky, I watched him turn his phone towards me and my dog and take a photo of us. Now I know. I was scantily clad, but it was hot out, and all I was doing was taking my dog out to poop, nothing else. I locked eyes with this man, and I could tell that it freaked him out a bit, seeing that I had caught him trying to snap a photo. He hurried away after getting caught. My pup and I were watching him walk down the road. I haven't seen him since that incident. I'm not sure if he lives in the complex or if he was just walking through, but I'm happy my German Shepherd, Clementine, was looking out for me. But she got plenty of treats when we got back inside. So this just happened today, a few hours ago. My brother, mom, and I, along with our dog, were staying at a hotel for a few days to visit a college town. So, at maybe around 5:30 to 6 p.m., we were all hungry. My mom ordered some food, and we walked to the restaurant a few minutes away to pick it up. A little background: we got my dog as a rescue back in 2008. She is a pit bull, and took a bit to warm up to us, but now she loves us and wants to protect us. Of course, my dog could not go in the restaurant, so me and my brother stayed outside with my dog on a bench. Lots of people walked by, most of them college-age girls, and they all maybe pat or say hello to my dog. My dog is very friendly and wanted to say hello to everyone. She rarely growls at people. All of this is relevant. So my brother was probably on his phone, and I was just sitting there, petting my dog. I wasn't looking at people, but I was watching out of the corner of my eyes. I see this man, maybe 40 to 50 years old. He was walking down the sidewalk, and then he stopped. I couldn't tell what he was doing, because there weren't a lot of signs around for him to be reading from where he was, and he didn't take out his phone or anything. He just stopped. I look at my dog to see how she's reacting, and she stopped wagging her tail and was just looking at him. He started to take a step towards us again, and my dog growls at him. She doesn't bark, just a little growl. Then he turns around and goes back to where he came from. Now, there are plenty justifiable reasons for his actions. Maybe he was looking for something. Maybe he went the wrong way, so he turned around. Maybe my dog was growling at something else. I think my assumptions are reasonable. So this happened a couple hours ago. I'm a 19-year-old female. I was clubbing with my friends, and around 1:40 in the morning, I told them I was going to head home. Not a long walk, 5 minutes at most. As I got to the corner of the block that my hostel was on, a man in the back seat of a white car tapped on the window. I turned around to look, and they were all saying things like, "Hey, come here." I turned back around and continued walking, a little scared. Then I heard the car door open, and I see a big old man, maybe in his 30s, get out and walk towards me, saying, "Come back here," repeatedly. I turned back and tried to walk fast towards the hostel, which was about 200 meters from where I was. He kept walking towards me and got faster and faster, but never more than a brisk walk. At this point, I was shitting bricks, and the only thing I could think of was how I was going to be a topic on one of those crime podcasts. I'm going to be one of those girls that gets kidnapped a mere minutes from her home. He continued for another 10 seconds. Meanwhile, I was trying to think of something I could use as a weapon. I had nothing on me except what was in my pockets, ID and money. I turned around and he wasn't there anymore. Scared that he had gone back to the car to drive around and grab me, I ran to my hostel, right to my boyfriend. I can't stop thinking about what they wanted from me. Sorry if this is too mild for this sub. I just kinda wanted to see if anyone had any idea if this sort of stuff happens all the time, and what they might have wanted from me. This story is fresh, as it just happened a few minutes ago, but I will try my best to give you all the details. So, I'm a Pokemon Go player. I was a mild fan of the franchise as a kid, and now, in my mid-20s, I find it allows me to get out of the house more often, and do stuff that doesn't involve, well, my house. If you have played the game, you know there's these places called gymnasiums, where you can place one of your Pokemons to earn you a max of 50 in-game coin per 24 hours. It's quite the popular feature in the game. However, since I live in a huge European city, there are many players to compete with in order to secure a spot at these gyms. The reason why I'm telling you all this is to let you know why in the world I would brave the cold winter of my metropolitan city at 3 a.m. You see, it's not just that I'm stupid, it's also because I know most people are asleep, which in turn allows me to quickly defeat all the Pokemons in the gym and place my own. I've been doing this for a few months, and I've been quite successful. So tonight, the routine was the same. Got dressed, got my coat, my scarf, and my black leather gloves. I went out and made my way to the first of 3 gyms in my area that I usually conquer in the game. It's actually quite fascinating to observe people that wander the city at these hours. Well, tonight, I was gonna meet a special guy. I arrived at the first gym, which was a small street that curves to the right for quite a stretch. I empty it and place my own Pokemon aside. Afterwards, I linger around the area, taking off the gloves to scratch my head, but overall just managing the game and looking things up. Some cars go by, and that's when I see him. This guy, clearly over 6 foot, making his way down the street. Now, these are just my country standards, but everything about him screamed, thug, ready to knife you. Sporting a black cap at night, concealing his face with a shadow, padded black jacket with dirty blue jeans, and rip-off Timberland boots. My immediate reaction was to keep it cool and natural, and just calmly place my cell phone back into my pocket. As he went past me, he gives me this, "What the fuck are you looking at?" kind of look. I couldn't help but give him a small sideways glance as I put my glove back on my hand. I started walking to the next gym, which happened to be in the same direction he was walking towards, and he, to my surprise, started speeding up. Then he pulled out his cell phone and tried to phone someone. This immediately reminded me of my girlfriend, as it was a common tactic she uses when she feels like she's being followed by strangers. Whoever he tried to phone, however, did not pick up. He looks back at me, keeps walking, increasingly faster. He switched sides and starts walking in the middle of the road, effectively distancing himself further and allowing the parked cars to get between me and him. And then, abruptly, he stops. He turns around and asks, "Hey friend, you know how I can find transportation at this hour?" I'm awkwarded out and freaking out at the same time, so without even looking at him, I just said, "At this hour? Only Uber." He starts walking, only when I pass him. Then it hit me, from my perspective, he was a thug-looking dude that could have very well tried to rob me and potentially harm me. But from his perspective, I'm a 6-foot dude in his mid-20s that for some reason decided to pocket his phone the moment he walked past me, then gave him a sideways, "What the fuck are you looking at?" glance as he passed as I put on black leather gloves and started following him, with not a single person awake around, looking like a hitman or serial killer. As anxious as I was, he must have been terrified enough to try to phone someone, or pretend to, and then initiate dialogue with a total stranger at 3 a.m., just to be sure that I wasn't a psycho about to knife him. We walked together in the same direction for almost 10 minutes after that, without looking or talking to one another. Just two awkward guys that did not want to meet each other ever again. This happened a few hours ago during my night shift, and for some reason was so disturbing to me. I'm a police officer in a big city, so I've had to deal with some pretty awful sights and smells while doing this job, usually on a daily basis. This, however, was something even more unusual. There is a large homeless population in the city, with mental health and substance abuse being a common issue among this population. It isn't uncommon to see a homeless person suffering from mental illness acting strange late at night, and if they aren't hurting themselves or anyone else, that's fine with me. It's around 11 p.m. and I'm stopped at a red light on a very quiet and dark road. I'm the only car on the road. I look to my right, just observing the street, and see a skinny man in ragged clothing on the sidewalk. His feet were planted on the ground, belly arched towards the sky, and their hands planted on the ground over their head. I thought, interesting. While holding this position, the person snaps her head towards me, then looks towards the sky, and proceeds to do the fucking exorcist spider walk up the street at a speed which seemed like this was the only way they walked. I immediately thought, what the fuck, as this man navigated the sidewalk in horror movie fashion. I have no idea why that style of walking is so disturbing, but Jesus Christ, did it bring back childhood memories of the Exorcist movie, scaring the shit out of me. My partner and I are trying to do an all-nighter to prepare him for his night shift tomorrow. He does the odd shifts here and there with a temp agency, as he is a student. We thought it would be a good idea to walk to the corner store at midnight to keep us awake. And I had a small parcel I could post in the post box while we were at it. The corner store with the said post box is around a 5-minute walk from my home. It's a super quick walk, and our neighborhood is pretty safe. We leave the house, telling his sister whom we live with that we're gonna pop out. Everything was fine. I hold the package in my hand, and when we walk to the shop, we're crossing the road when we see that in the parking spaces outside, there is a van between two cars with its lights on, and when getting closer, there are two adults inside. We walk past the front windshield, and when getting out of the line of sight, we hear the van door open, and a man shout, "Excuse me, you dropped something." The tone was off, and I just got bad vibes. My partner and I looked behind us, and the door slammed, but our view of the van was obstructed by another car. I couldn't tell if the person had sat back in the car or was outside the door. My partner went to walk and check, but I couldn't see anything on the floor from where we stood, so I stopped him. I put my package in the post box, and we crossed from the box, instead of walking back past that windshield again. When I crossed the road, my partner said he saw a male standing outside of the van and walking in front. We got really bad vibes from this and tried to tell ourselves that he was just looking to see if we in fact dropped something, but we had only left the house with my package and my phone, nothing else. We didn't drop anything. When I crossed the road and almost on our street, we saw the van pull out of the parking space and speed up the road towards us. I immediately called his sister and made it clear that I was on the phone while rushing back to our house. They sped up the road past us, going way over the speed limit. Although we didn't share a conversation, we both got the worst vibes from this encounter. I'm confident I didn't drop anything, and that they were waiting by the van door for us to turn back and get closer. I just feel shaken up, to be honest. When I was 5, I would walk to the school bus every morning. One morning, two men in a car drove up to me asking, "Have you seen our dog?" Obviously, they didn't have a dog, but me being an idiot, I say, "Well, what's the breed?" "Husky." "Oh, I haven't." "Why don't you come with us to find the puppy?" I was about to get into the car. The guy had a hand on my arm to help me in when I saw my bus, which came super early. I told them I had to go to the bus and ran to the bus before it left. About a week later, two young girls were found in a field, sexually assaulted and beaten with a large object. One dead, but the other one survived, telling the cops she was asked to find a husky. To this day, I think if the bus didn't come as early as it did, I would be dead or worse. The following happened last summer, and I haven't told anyone about it yet for some reason. But anyway, I was taking late night walks, especially during the summer, and one night I was taking an unusual route, which I'd regret later. It was about 11 p.m. and the sun had already gone down, but it wasn't completely dark yet. The road I was walking was quite long, and at the end of it, I could see someone walking towards me. I didn't think much of it. When he was about 90 feet away from me, he starts to run. He just looked like he was jogging, and I thought that's what he was doing, so I didn't really react to it. As he got closer, I saw that he was holding something in his hand, and now I started to suspect something, but I just thought it was my imagination running wild again, so I continued to walk. When he was finally about to run past me, he suddenly stopped for a few seconds. I could see that he was staring at me. He walked up to me and said something that will haunt me forever. "Why didn't you run? I could have killed you. You should run the next time." As he was standing there next to me, I could see the object he was holding was a stick taser, like the ones that the guards use. I still wonder what would have happened if I had trusted my instincts and started to run. About a couple years ago, I took my dog on a walk on a regular route. She's quite small, a Chihuahua mix who loves people. To get to an actual hiking area, we needed to go through a walking path beside the golf course. There's normally a ton of people walking their dogs, but there were only a couple of them out that day. There are some trees and shrubs along the way, and a section that is completely blocked off from view in the middle. My dog and I are walking through this part when she starts growling. She immediately stops and begins to snarl. An old, disheveled woman holding something behind her back emerged from behind the trees and had a grin on her face, reaching one hand out and trying to pet my dog. My dog takes one look at her and starts barking and snarling. She had never been very protective before, so I just stood there in shock. She kept mumbling, "Touch, touch," so I nervously just backed off and practically sprinted back. A person who had encountered her before me, who had taken another route back, saw me upset and nervous as well. He asked me if I encountered her too. I said yes, and he told me that she was potentially dangerous and that he didn't know what she was holding behind her back. Safe to say, I avoid going there under any circumstances. Earlier tonight, my girlfriend and I decided to go to a local scenic location where people used to hang out called Pot Rocks in central Maryland. However, it was late and the parking lot was currently closed, so we decided to cut through the woods using the trail my friends found when we were younger. Going back at least 7 years later, it was much more overgrown and the tree stand that was once functional was completely destroyed. As we were making our way through, I started feeling increasingly uneasy. Neither of us are really fearful of being in the woods at night. In fact, we do it all the time, but something felt different. I started to joke around about how there was a creepy vibe, and we both laughed it off. About 100 yards later, as we were walking, we heard something large and quiet moving fast behind us, maybe 35 yards back. We stopped and both pointed our lights towards the direction, but couldn't see anything. We kept walking, but I could tell neither of us wanted to continue. We decided to turn around, and as we were walking back, we saw a set of eyes that was so frightening that both of us said nothing and hustled forward from where we came from. Once we made it back to the car, we both were sure that what we heard was not a deer, and neither were the eyes. We also both felt like we were being observed. She also had another strange encounter in those woods not far from where we were, where someone was throwing rocks at them. We both agreed that there's something not right about the area, and don't intend on going back at night. About 2 years ago, me and my then girlfriend Emily would go out for walks. She would do this in her hometown as it was safer than mine, and she had not long been living with me and my parents in my, let's say, not so safe town in the middle of the country. So that evening came and I had just got home from a stressful shift when Em said to me, "Can we go out for a walk?" I asked why, and she responded with, "Well, I kind of want to go to Tesco because it would be nice to get some fresh air." I reluctantly agreed. Maybe the walk will help me de-stress, and with the summer nights having a nice breeze, it can't be that bad. At least, I thought anyways. We head out, saying goodbye to my mom, and her giving us the usual talk. Be safe. Be quiet when you come in because we'll be asleep. And being a teenager, I replied my typical, yeah, sure, Mom. We left Tesco, but Emily needed to be out and hadn't been satisfied, and she asked, is there anywhere around that's kind of quiet, like a park or field? I stood there drinking my water, trying to decide where we can go. There's a field next to the lake. We can go there. And off we went, arriving to the fence that connects to a path leading to a wooded area, but also an open area. I forgot that it would be so dark here, but as luck would have it, I had my dad's heavy-duty flashlight, like the ones police use. Emily had her phone flashlight to help her see. We walked down the now lit path, coming to a bench under a tree. My ankle, that I broke a few years prior, was in excruciating pain, so we sat down for a few minutes. Emily cuddled up next to me and started to kiss my neck, which led to making out, etc. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a flashlight, but ignored it and we continued. Then it happened again. I got up, now anxious and curious about the flashes, and suddenly a cyclist rode past us with his lights flashing, which spooked us. We chuckled and kept walking around to find another bench, as we felt our privacy had been ruined a little bit. Now sitting in a more lit area next to the street lamp, we decided to sit close and chat, and we did this for about 10 minutes, when we heard like a twig snap under a heavy foot. Already being on edge from the flashes earlier, I decided to check it out, telling my girlfriend to wait there, and left her with a flashlight for some comfort. Big mistake on my part. I neared the edge of the hedge when I saw a man's foot slightly around the corner, and his phone in hand. Flash. Shit, I muttered under my breath, realizing we were being stalked. He stepped out towards me, his face covered. I was only able to make out that he was wearing a colored jacket with a black band around his arm. It almost looked like tape, and his brown, scuffed up Timberland boots. I freaked, turned to my girlfriend and told her to get up and run. With no hesitation she took off towards the houses at the edge of the field, dropping my dad's light. I ran, picked up the light, and turned to see the guy a little less than arm's reach from me. I'm not a small guy, tall, stocky, but he was bigger, and trying to fight him I'd likely lose. So I decided to run. I finally caught up to her, and by the time I did, the guy was long gone. Tears streamed down Emily's face as we continued to walk home, looking over her shoulder all the time. After explaining to my mom what happened, and deciding no more late walks, she suggested ringing the police, but we decided against it as I didn't even see his face. About a month later, I was walking home with a friend that I had made at college, and we were going through the same field. We happened to notice a tent on our path. Being nosy, I looked to see the jacket with a black band and worn Timberland boots. Before I begin, I feel it's important to know that I'm female, about 5'3", somewhat thin, and not a very intimidating looking person. This happened to me back in the summer of 2014. I was walking home from a friend's house on a kind of a cool night. My friend lives a little further than a mile away from me, so it's a bit of a longer walk. To give you some idea of what my route looks like, I have to go on a half block of creepy back roads, turn onto a barely lit main road, cross a main highway, and go down a creepier non-lit back road to get to my house. There is this little hill I have to go down that passes our little local ice cream shop and a trucking dispatcher. I was passing the ice cream shop when I stopped after clearly hearing what sounded like a gunshot. At first, I thought it was a hunter, since hunting was very popular in our town. But after I thought about it, it dawned on me that no one would be hunting at 10 at night and in city limits. The next thing that happened only confirmed to me that it wasn't a hunter. He's dead, in the most horrific sounding scream. I heard what sounded like a man panicking about a few blocks behind me. I presumed that he did it and it was an accident, but I'm not willing to find out. I was panicking a bit and started to speed walk since all I had to do was cross the highway. Something I should add, before I came close to the highway, I had to make sure it was clear from both sides. Anyways, I turned around to see a man standing about maybe a block or so away, just facing my direction. It was difficult to make out any facial features, since the lighting was shit. Something must have clicked in his brain because no sooner than I saw him, he started to speed walk towards me. Now, the thought of me being a 14-year-old girl in the middle of the night with some potential crackhead rapist in front of me scared me shitless. I said to myself, fuck this shit, I'm out, and darted straight up the incline through the intersection of the highway, not looking back. I bolted down the hill of my creepy back road and ran straight into my house, just barely able to breathe. My mom was very confused and very creeped out when I had told her about my experience. It makes me thankful that my back roads aren't lit. I believe this man was trying to follow me, but stopped because he couldn't see me. I still go to my friend's house at that same route, but never alone at night. If I have to, I always make sure I'm biking. After that night, I never walk anywhere in the town at night. I always bike. I'm still a little freaked out. I just got back from a walk with my dog. I went the usual way I go and left around 4:40ish. Since it's midwinter right now, it usually gets dark around 5:30, so I try to speed walk. My walks usually take me around 30 to 40 minutes, but when I'm with my extremely stubborn dog, it takes around 50 minutes. I read a lot of scary stories and listen to all sorts of scary stories about people getting stalked, murdered, etc. And being only a 4'10" teenage female, I'm always slightly paranoid. There's a small hill with two paths, one leading to the neighborhood, right, and the other one to a park, left. I was walking up the path about to turn through the neighborhood when I got a sudden urge to turn around. I saw an older man wearing a puffy blue jacket. He was walking alone. I continued, thinking nothing of it. But I sped up a little, because I always got nervous when people walked behind me. Stupid, I know. The path to the neighborhood first goes right, then into a long narrow path, and the end has an opening leading to the neighborhood. I've always hated that part. It's always empty and dark, and resembles a shady alleyway. It even has a large wooded area on one side. While I was walking through, I sped up some more, and turned a few more times. I assumed he went the other way to the park and continued walking. The neighborhood is a long road with houses on both sides. I felt a lot safer now that I was in an open area. Walking down the hill, I turned around a few more times to make sure I had lost him and he wasn't there. I got to the bottom of the hill where the road splits in two directions. I stopped to let my dog go to the bathroom, then I turned around before turning left when I saw the man behind me. It happened when I was 12 or 13 years old. We were visiting our ex-neighbors and took our two little dogs with us. Our parents asked my friend and I to take our dogs on a walk. While on our way back to the apartment, we saw a creepy dude walking in our direction. His behavior was so weird, whistling very suspiciously, looking at the sky with a terrifying grin on his face. I knew it was bad the second our dogs were growling and barking at him. Way before he got near us. They never do this. They are so nice and sweet that I would expect them to greet a thief breaking into our home. We naturally ran away and got back home quickly. Turns out, this guy was known in our neighborhood for being a pedophile and had several other mental issues. When I was little, I begged my parents to get a dog every chance I got. For my 12th birthday, they finally said yes, and we got our first puppy. About a year later, I was taking him for a walk. It wasn't late, but the sun was setting, so we just went around the block. One of my neighbors, other side of the block, so we didn't know them, were having a party, and him and some other men were in the garage drinking and smoking. I walked past with my dog. He's an old English sheepdog, so he's big and gets a lot of attention when we're walking. The men call my dog over, and I don't think much of it. I let my pup guide me over to the garage. The men pet him, and I start to walk away when one of them grabs my wrist. A couple of them started asking me questions about myself. How old am I? Where am I going? And if I wanted to come inside for some pop so they can hang out with my dog. I rip my hand away, and he tries to grab me again, and my dog stands between us and starts to bark and growl at the men. As we walk away, they start calling for me to come back and laughing. So thankful that my dog noticed something was wrong and he got defensive. They moved not too long after that, but I never walked that way alone again. This happened relatively recently, and I decided to share it now because it's been nagging at me in the back of my mind for the past few days. It wasn't terrifying, but it was definitely freaky enough to send a shiver down my spine. My older sister, we'll call her Stacy, lives in Missouri, and the rest of my immediate family lives in Illinois, so we didn't get to see her often, but sometimes she would visit. One of these times was back in November. Stacy, my mother, and I decided to go to the mall because my birthday was coming up and they wanted an idea of what to get me. We had just came out of some jewelry store where I picked up a ring, and this skinny, sick-looking man blocked our path down the hallway. The guy had a really creepy smile on his face, and I was super uncomfortable. He turned to my mom. "I like your hair, miss." My mom's hair is beautiful. It's got very pretty tight curls and slightly gray in the front, but isn't anything out of the ordinary. This was odd to me, and I just had a horrible feeling in my stomach. This guy had to be more than 25 years older than my mom was, which was her late 40s. It was just weird to me. My sister didn't seem to have the same feeling I did, because she turned to me and tried to suppress her laughter. "Thank you," my mom smiled, like the polite woman she is, and the man continued, "It's pretty." He reached out to actually touch her hair. We are complete strangers, mind you. My mom backed up uncomfortably and thanked him again before pushing past him quickly. Stacy was still amused by the situation, and we just kept walking. That's when the man called out to us, "Miss." My mom ignored him, and we started walking a little faster. Stacy tugged my arm and had me stand behind my mother alongside her, just to make her feel more comfortable. We assumed everything was fine, but when I looked back, that guy was walking a few paces behind us, not smiling anymore. It freaked me the hell out. I was extremely afraid, and I was shocked how calm both my sister and mother were being. We eventually looked down a mini hallway where there was a closed community bathroom, and we all entered it, shutting the door behind us. I thought this was a horrible idea. I thought he would follow us inside. After a few minutes, however, it was obvious that the man wasn't going to come inside the restroom. I peeked outside and cracked the door, and he was standing across from the bathroom door, looking off into the distance, leaning against the railing. He was waiting for us. I felt like we had trapped ourselves. I closed the door again. "Mom, this guy's waiting for us." My sister looked very worried and suggested calling her dad just as another woman walked into the restroom. "Hey," my mom caught the woman's attention. "I'm sorry, ma'am. Could we ask you a favor?" It took a few seconds of confusion before the woman nodded her head. "Did you happen to see this African American man out there with a blue hat?" Mom asked, continuing when the woman nodded again. "He's been following us. Is there any way you can find an officer to help us out?" The woman's eyes were wide and she replied, "Yeah, of course," before briskly leaving the bathroom. In a matter of minutes, my father had been called and briefed about the situation, and the lady re-entered the room. "I got a cop out there, and the guy is gone. Are you guys okay?" My sister started to explain the situation to this woman. My mom was still on the phone, and the lady understood how shook up we were and asked if we would like her to escort us out. My mother shook her head, and my sister politely declined. I stayed quiet. I still wanted to be protected, but I was younger than both of them and trusted their judgment. "Alright, stay safe." The woman nodded and entered the stall, since we had kept her from using the restroom the first time she came in. We left the bathroom after thanking her and decided that was enough mall for the day. We went home and recounted the story with my brother and father, who up until then had only heard bits and pieces. I was just glad we got home safe, but I still psych myself out sometimes about it. What would have happened if we hadn't gone into the bathroom? What if the woman wasn't there to help us? What if it had only been my mother? It may have played out very, very differently. I'm 19. I was in a mall in France with my friend in the afternoon, around 4 p.m. After a few hours in the mall, we decided to go home. For that, we had to take the subway. The subway station was underneath the mall, so we took the escalators down to go to the station. She was behind me at my right on the escalators. I suddenly felt someone staring at me and being really close to me. I naturally thought it was my friend, but it wasn't. I turned my head and saw my friends looking at the man who was standing behind me. I first thought he wanted to overtake me and go faster up the escalator, so I moved to let him pass. At this point, I'm on the right of the escalators, and my friends are just behind me, and the man is in front of me at my left. But weirdly, he wasn't watching in front of him, he was turned around to stare at me. At this point, I understood that he didn't want to go faster, but just being close to me for some reason that I didn't want to know. My friends and I were a little bit confused. We were talking to make things a little less awkward. As we walked off the escalators to take the stairs that finally lead to the station, the man was still in front of us and suddenly stopped walking. He turned around, stopped me, asked me where the mall was, which made no sense as we were just in it. I politely told him that we were still in the mall. Then he started to talk faster as he saw we wanted to go to the station. He was next to me and asked me if I wanted to become his mistress. He seemed thrilled and tried to convince me by saying he would buy me a lot of clothes and that I would become his doll. At this point, I knew I better run away with my friend. We started to run, took the stairs as fast as we could and entered the station. We stopped to check if he was following us. Fortunately, he wasn't. A few weeks later, I was on a train with another friend. We were talking about the mall, saying that we should go together someday. As we were talking about the mall, I told her what happened to me the last time I went. She seemed confused and asked me to describe the man. So I described him as a white, chubby, short man, mid-50s with gray short hair. She looked at me even more confused. She then told me that the last time she was at the mall with a friend of hers, a man who looked exactly like my description came up to them. He asked them for the directions of the mall. After they answered him, they went to a McDonald's that was in the mall. They were ordering from the machine and noticed a man was standing behind them. My friend turned around and asked him why he followed them. He then started to say some incoherent things and finally asked them for their numbers, saying to them how attractive they were. They both told him to leave, but he didn't. He finally left due to the amount of people that were entering the place. I haven't been back to the mall since, because of lack of time and the quarantine, so I don't know if he's still currently hanging out there. The next time I go there, I will check if he's there or not. If he is, then I'll make an update. I know that those things kind of happen a lot, but I felt insecure that day and wondered what would have happened if less people were around us. So I just found this subreddit, and it reminded me of a time where I was probably 18. That being said, I was no longer in the safe minor squad. I was a legal adult in the eyes of the law. This is often a stressful time for a woman, as accusations of sexual assault aren't taken as seriously, unfortunately, but I digress. I was sitting at the mall eating lunch, waiting for my boyfriend at the time to show up. I was alone, which was normal, so I wasn't really fazed. What wasn't normal is when I looked up and saw a group of 5 or 6 guys approaching me and sitting down with me at my table and the tables next to me at all angles without asking. They were constantly looking around, acting real sketchy, and were badgering me to talk to them, so I felt really awkward. They keep trying to talk to me and were giving me creepy compliments, asking for my number, the usual. So of course, despite having my phone directly in my hand, I was like, sorry, I don't have a phone, hoping they would get the hint. When they told me that they were in their early 20s and late teens, they asked me how old I was. I said I was 16, and they're like, that's okay with me. And naturally by then, I was extremely concerned. Luckily, shortly after, the cops and the mall cops showed up, and I immediately made it clear that I was uncomfortable and not involved with them. Apparently, they were stealing and causing trouble all over the mall. Thankfully, they were removed, and my boyfriend ended up showing up shortly after. Everything turned out okay, and I don't think they were actually going to try to hurt me with a bunch of people around, but you never know. It was definitely a freaky encounter, for sure. Don't know whatever happened to them after that. Keep in mind throughout the story, there's this mall that is basically a big circle with a food court in the middle, where you can walk across to get to the other side of said circle. I live about an hour and a half away from that mall. When I was 16, I had asked my dad to drop me off at the mall, along with my siblings, 8 and 14, while he worked. He agreed and dropped us off at the north entrance. As we walked in, we saw this man that seemed like he wasn't really there mentally, but we ignored him. We walked around the mall for a while, but we kept seeing this man pass us. Sometimes he'd be either in front of us or behind us, usually in the distance. I decided to shrug it off because, like I said before, he didn't seem all there. About an hour later, we went to the food court and got some food. He appeared in the line behind us, and that's when I started to get really weirded out. I told my younger siblings to stay close, and so they did. We finally got our food and chose a spot to sit. As we were eating our food, I see this man pacing back and forth near our table, so I packed up our food and told my siblings that we needed to go. We stand up and he started to head towards us. That's when this little old lady at the table next to us tells us to come over and join her. We agreed. I told her about the weird man, and she said she noticed him eyeballing us and didn't want us to get hurt. It's been a little over a year and a half since this incident, but I still think about the old lady. She saved our lives, and I'm forever thankful. There's this absolutely huge mall in the suburbs, which is a popular hangout spot for teens. A girl who is a friend of my acquaintance was dropped off at the mall by her parents to meet up with a friend. They were going to go hang out at the shops and go browsing. The parents were to pick them up in a few hours in a designated spot. So the friend of the girl went to the spot where they had agreed to meet up for their weekend afternoon. But the girl was nowhere to be found. The mall was relatively quiet that day because of the pandemic. She started walking around but didn't see anything. She finally reached the bottom of the escalator and heard some strange sounds. She took the escalator that was out of order. She was on the second floor and heard loud footsteps. A man had his hand over a girl's mouth. She was struggling and fighting back as he was attempting to carry her away without anyone seeing. There was this woman with him, looking around. She spotted the friend and yelled, "Drop her, let's go." They let the girl go. She was disheveled and some of her clothes were torn and she was in shock. The police were called. They found that the two had been part of a human trafficking scheme that had kidnapped or attempted to kidnap young women before. Here's my creepy pizza delivery story from college. When I was in college, I got a job delivering pizzas late at night. Typically, I would work until 2 a.m. It was a shitty job, and the shop was extremely dirty and unsanitary, as well as falling apart. But I typically made really good tips, so it was worth it. I was 18 at the time, and I'm female. It was summertime in Colorado, so even at night, it was still fairly warm. Important details for later. This was the second weekend on the job, and I was still getting used to it. I'm already a paranoid person, so I preferred just dropping off the pizza, taking my tip, and then leaving right away for the next delivery. I pretty much never went in someone's house, and if I did, I would just step in real quick, but leave the door open. It was pretty close to midnight when I got the delivery to a house on the east side of town. It was supposed to be my last delivery of the night. I pulled up to the house and it looked pretty normal from the outside. The street was really dark, but I didn't feel uncomfortable. I walked to the door and knocked. This big shirtless old dude with a beer belly answers the door and tells me to come inside. I got weird vibes from him right off the bat. I declined to come in and tried to give him the pizza right there. But then he goes, "Come inside. It's freezing out and we don't want the cold air coming in." This didn't make sense to me as it was summer. So stupidly, I get nervous and I take one step inside the house, not going all the way through. Then he goes, "No, come all the way in. It's cold out." I should have left at this point, but I was freaked out, not thinking straight. So I went in and he closed both the screen door and the main door behind me. I'm trying to calm myself down, telling myself I'm overreacting. He then yells to his wife that the pizza's here. I could see her in the kitchen cooking, which seemed weird that she ordered pizza but was also cooking. I don't know. I look around their living room and it's filled to the brim with stuffed animals, completely covering the couches, tables, windowsills, everything. Gave me a really weird vibe. Then his wife comes into the living room holding something outstretched in her hand. She walks up to me and I see that it's some kind of bread or cake. She goes, "Eat this banana bread, and don't worry, it's not poisonous." What the fuck? I try to politely decline, lying and saying that I'm on a diet. She just stares at me, still with her hand outstretched, waiting for me to take the bread. I didn't take it, and then she got really upset. She starts yelling at me to eat the bread. I decline again, but this time, I'm not trying to be polite. I tell the couple that I really have to get back to work. I'm still holding the pizzas too, and thinking about just running out the door at this point. She gives up on trying to make me eat the bread, and walks back into the kitchen. Then the man's like, "Let me find some change for your tip." He starts looking around the living room, digging through the couch cushions, trying to find change to give me. I tell him to forget it and I don't need a tip, that he can just take the pizza, but he insists on finding a tip for me. He spends the next several minutes searching his stuffed animal infested living room for change, and I start to think to myself, maybe he's trying to stall me. Most people have the tip ready when I get to their house. I was so worked up at that point that I just tell dude I'm leaving and start to open the door. He took the pizza and gave me a few quarters that he found. I booked it out of there and went back to the shop. I told my supervisor what happened and he didn't seem to care. He just sent me on another delivery. I was pissed. I don't know if that couple was actually creepy or just really socially awkward, but I never delivered to that house again. On my first summer back home, from freshman year of college, I picked up a part-time job delivering pizzas in my town, around 30 minutes from where I lived. The area in rural Georgia is known for having places in the middle of nowhere, and the pizza place whole shtick was that it delivered to even the most remote areas imaginable within the town limits. I could fill books with weird experiences from that summer. From the call that came in from a long abandoned warehouse to a dog that got excited about the pizza in my hand and accidentally shredded my pants with her claws. But one will always stand out in my mind as the creepiest. It was fairly late at night, around 10:30 p.m., so I was confident at this time that I would be set on no further calls before closing at 11 p.m. However, someone barely managed to miss the cutoff time, and our clerk accepted their order since they were so close. I was given the address and a single box of hot dough and set on my merry little way. The first red flag was the driveway, or rather, the lack thereof. There was a mailbox, but no actual driveway, not even gravel. It was just grass and barely distinguishable trodden pathway that resembled more of a service trail than it did something frequently used. I bumped along, wondering if I was en route to the place, when I saw a slightly above average sized house come over the horizon. horribly dilapidated and completely surrounded with overgrown woods. I guesstimated where the rest of the driveway led and ended up parking in a grassy patch that could have been a walkway just as easily as it could have been the front yard. My headlights were aimed towards the porch as per company policy. I walk up to the door, but I believe that calling it a door is generous. It was a door frame, alright, but the door itself was a large slab of wood propped haphazardly against the side of the house, barely covering the entrance. This was red flag number 2. The third and fourth red flag were also the door. This included an A4 sheet of printer paper with the words, "Around back," scribbled in all caps, which was hanging just below the place where someone had self-engraved the door with the title, Manson Family Ranch. Typically, I would not go around the back of the house, especially a shady, unlit house, and especially at night. However, it was my last drop off of the day, and I was ready to get it over with and be on my way home. Against better judgment, I trapezed over the back of the house. The door back here is actually a door, but it's covered with black cobwebs and fresh spider webs. Clearly this door has not been used in some time. I found the cleanest area available and knocked. I counted to 45 and knocked again. There were no lights on in the house, and I could hear no movement from inside. I knocked and counted again, and repeated the sequence 3 more times before I was finally creeped out enough and decided to return to my car. As I turned, I finally heard a voice coming from inside the house, clearly agitated, but I couldn't tell what they were saying. I tried to knock 1 more time, and I was counting, and I heard something in the woods behind me. It started out as just movement deep in the trees, but soon enough I could make out distinct running footsteps coming directly towards me through the brush. As I'm standing there, coming to terms with my impending demise, I follow the direction of the noise to the edge of the woods, which is around 15 feet away from me. In the moonlight, I could clearly see the woman who stepped out. She was relatively old, maybe in her 60s, I would guess. She had long blonde gray hair, which was tangled and matted and hung down past her hips. She was in what looked like to be originally a white nightgown, but at this time it was dingy and closer to beige brown color. She was absolutely barefoot, and her feet were covered with dirt and what had to be blood, presumably due to the fact that she had just sprinted through the prickly woods where there's no trail to be seen. I never learned her name, but I still refer to her as red flag number 5. She stopped short when she saw me and started to shake her head no, eyes wide. I stood there like a terrified deer in the most fucked up headlights ever as she took a few more steps towards me, reaching out to me, fingers pointed. Her voice came out way stronger than mine would have been at that time. You know how southern people can either sound like loving grandmothers or backwoods murderers? Well, she sounded like the latter when she drawled, "Oh, no, honey, no, you get on, you get out of here." I wish I could say I listened, I ran, I left, but I was so in shock at how the events were playing out that my own self-preservation was put on the back burner when I tried to figure out just what in the Kentucky Fried Fuck was happening. She seemed to realize that I was not moving, even if I could not make my mouth move to ask her what was happening, or even what to do with the stupid pizza in my hands. She looked at me like she could have smacked the hell out of me right then and there, and proceeded to deliver red flags 6 through 12. "Darling, you hear me? You deaf or dumb? Young girls like you come out here and they don't get to leave." So I finally quit being the white person in a horror movie when I realized that this was not a funny little ghost story. This was a 5'3", 116 pounds me potentially being targeted to be robbed or kidnapped or worse. So I dropped the dumb little pizza, which had serious serial killer toppings by the way, and started running back to my car, which I stupidly left on and unlocked, as was my usual for most of my deliveries. As I neared my car, I heard the slam from behind me. I looked over my shoulder to see the wooden door had been pushed over and had fallen into the porch beneath. As I'm closing into the car door, an older man was limping down the front steps, waving his arms like an airplane runway attendant to me, calling me little bitch, telling me to get out of the fucking car, now. At a loss for what to do, I called out something muttering and shaky along the lines of, "Pizza Outback." I floored my dad's shitty late 90s Lexus and somehow managed to avoid the trees on the old trail back to the main road, which was still 12 miles and several turns from the road that actually had a name, let alone painted lines. I reported it to my manager, and he said that he would contact the police, but nothing ever came of it that I'm aware of. Either way, this was my first and hopefully last personal encounter with a self-proclaimed Manson family ranch. I still get nervous when I think about this. My boyfriend at the time and I used to smoke weed, listen to music, and go on really long road trips. It was fun and kind of our thing. We were around 19 years old when this happened. Johnny, my ex, suggested to go see the Devil's Tree here in New Jersey. We have this website called weirdnj.com, and it has a list of haunted places to go see. We decided on the Devil's Tree as our nighttime destination, so we got everything we needed and headed out for the hour-and-a-half drive to some random town in the middle of nowhere. The ride there was fun. We were laughing, singing, and smoking. As we got to the town, we realized it was super desolate. It looked like a farming area. It was super foggy and about midnight when we arrived. We got out of the car and examined the eerie tree while reading the urban legend behind it. The tree was terrifying. The silence was deafening. The tree was huge and had a rope hanging from several branches. I started getting nervous because I wasn't familiar with this area and felt uneasy. I feel it's important to mention that Johnny was not street smart. He was born into a lot of money, so his mindset was very different from mine. His dad took care of everything for him. I was much more mature and had a lot of struggles and experiences in my life. So we get back into the car and I decided to find a spot to park so we can make out. I was a complete idiot. We were going to roll a joint and mess around. We did this often, so we found a dirt road that was desolate and parked. This area was so creepy. I locked all the doors, being the paranoid person I am. As I'm rolling the joint, we heard someone attempting to open John's door, followed by aggressive banging on his window. I literally jumped out of my skin. "Put the fucking lights on," I screamed to my boyfriend. He did and cracked his window to see what the guy wanted. This guy was 6'4" and dressed in lumberjack attire. "What the fuck are you doing here? Get out of the car right now." "Are you gonna fuck her? You guys thought you were gonna fuck on my property?" The guy yelled manically, holding John's window. John ignorantly smiled at him and replied, "We're looking for the Devil's Tree and parked here so we could set up the GPS to get home. I'm sorry, man. I didn't know this was your property. We aren't getting out of the car. We will leave." The guy leaned over to take a look at me. I started apologizing profusely. I honestly will never forget how terrified I was. I was hoping John would roll up his window and book it the hell out of there. Before he could even pull away, 2 pickup trucks filled with lumberjack type men pulled up. There were 4 guys sitting in the bed of the truck. I swear to God, it was like a horror movie. One of the guys from the truck shouted, "Do we have a problem?" to the big guy that was still standing on John's side of the car when he said, "They were gonna fuck on my property." "What were you gonna do with a condom?" he asked, leaning in and focusing his attention on me. "You realize your boyfriend is digging your grave." I was apologizing and being as polite as possible. I started crying my eyes out. I kept saying, "We weren't gonna have sex, we were just trying to get out of here." I felt really uncomfortable. I was scared, thinking that I was gonna be raped or killed out here. The guy then says, "Why are you on my property? I can kill you both and bury you where no one will find you. You're so lucky your girlfriend has some sense. Get the fuck out of here before I change my mind." I started having a panic attack. "John, let's fucking go." John hit the gas and started driving fast down the dirt road. It was pitch black, and as I said, we didn't know this area. As we were driving down the road, a lady came out of nowhere. John had his headlights on, so we saw her. She had a gun and was trying to block us from leaving. I distinctly remember John saying, "I'll run her over if I have to." I was looking for a weapon in the car. He worked for his dad's construction company, so he had tools in his car. I grabbed a hammer from the back seat as John literally drove towards the lady. She was screaming shit at us. "You're not leaving!" She lunged out of the way as we drove as fast as possible right at her. I remember looking back and seeing headlights from the truck. John took an abrupt turn, ignoring the GPS that was navigating us back home. We got on a highway as fast as we could. We were filled with nervous adrenaline. I said to John, "We almost died. You can't be an ignorant jerk to people like that. You made it worse." John was like, "Fuck those guys. We're fine." When John was scared, he would smile and laugh, so I knew he was just as scared as I was. That's why the lumberjacks were getting mad, because John's attitude and responses. We drove back scared and relieved to be away from them. The guy made me feel so uncomfortable, asking weird sexual questions and looking at me like he wanted to eat me. It must have been family that lived on the property because the trucks pulled up so fast. We never went near the area again. We stopped going to weird New Jersey places, and I still get the chills thinking about it. I was with my parents visiting Florida on a road trip because my dad did a business trip there once a year. Because he would be there for a week, we'd take as much of the opportunity as we could to sightsee around Orlando while we had the chance. One day, my dad headed off to work. We went into a gift shop just to browse around, and we all separated between the shelves. I thought I saw my dad in my peripheral vision while looking at something I found particularly cool. So I walked over to him, still looking at the object in my hands. When I was right in front of him, I said, "Look at this, Dad. Isn't it cool?" And then I looked up, only to find that this was a complete stranger. I immediately got extremely awkward and shy, and started to apologize, looking around for my actual dad. That's when the guy leans over to me and says, "I can be your daddy if you want me to be." My mom immediately flew around the shelves and grabbed my arm, yanking me away from the man, and then tells the man to stay away from her daughter. He backed away pretty quickly and left the store without saying anything else. I honestly thought at this age that this guy was actually trying to be my new father, but my mom explained to me years later what really happened. I honestly just hope he never actually got a hold of a kid. Longtime lurker to the subreddit. Only now did I experience something worthy to post. This happened during a long weekend getaway about a week ago. My friend and I decided that we needed a break away from our usual surroundings and targeted somewhere 3 hours away for a 4-day weekend. We tried booking for a beach house, either south or central coast, but due to the demand with the pandemic and everyone wanting a local getaway as well as school holidays, we couldn't find a suitable location which would fit 14 people. Luckily, I found a place about a 5-hour drive away from our area, not the usual place we normally go for. This was a good 1 hectare area, unusually shaped homes in the middle of it, with a saltwater pool right in front of the house, with the next house a good 500 meters away, or even more. We normally go for the beachside accommodations, but due to the reasons above, we had to settle for this one. You can tell when the property ended as it was fenced around, but the gate is this chest-high metallic gate with a padlock which we didn't have a key to, and it has this latch. So I'm pretty sure most anyone could just open and close as they please. Important for the story. We didn't really worry about it that much, as we were away from everyone else, which means we can do karaoke, watch scary movies without worrying about noise. It was an amazing break and accommodations, except for one particular event. In total, we took 5 cars, which we parked the cars close to where the fenced pool is, as we came in at staggered times. Check-in was at 3 p.m. Friday, and 9 of our friends were already there by the time we started our drive. They shared photos and video of the place, and were already enjoying themselves, the views, the facilities. Myself, my fiance, sister, and 2 other friends left close to 7 p.m. and got to the area past midnight. It was a creepy drive for the final 2 kilometers, as it was extremely dark and you have to drive past tall trees with no lampposts and cross train tracks to get to the entry of the place. Our friends greeted us at the gate as they were worried about the darkness. We parked our car and caught up with them before heading to bed at 2 a.m. Saturday came and we went for a drive up north to check out the sights and went back before dark as we needed to use the outside grill for dinner. I didn't really want anyone hanging outside in the dark as there was no visibility. Can't ever be too safe. We played drinking games inside and me and the girls did karaoke while taking shots until about 3 a.m. The next day, the topic was the fun we had the night before, as one of the girls threw up from all the uncontrolled drinking. We had a late breakfast and planned to have sausage sizzle, which is grilled sausage squeezed between 2 pieces of bread with caramelized onions and your choice of sauce, barbecue or tomato, if you're basic, for lunch, which again required the outside grill. Wasn't fussed at this, as this was 2 p.m. and most of us were just hanging around the pool, which was adjacent from where the dining area is next to the grill. As we were eating, my view is towards the cars and where we would be coming from if we decided to go to the pool area from the main house. I see this woman. She's wearing a pink bucket hat, and I was wondering who it could be from her group and quickly realized that she wasn't part of our group. At first, I thought she was one of the distant neighbors, and we were too loud the night before, and that the noises traveled, and she was there to complain. Others thought that she booked the place, and there had been a problem with the booking. She approached and said, I apologize. I know you guys are here to have fun, and have a bit of a break, but I used to own this place until it was turned into an Airbnb by the current owners. By this time, she was standing in front of us, in the center, and she took her hat off, and we saw that she most likely had been going through chemotherapy. I sold the house in 2018, and it was a very hard decision. I was wondering if I could take a look inside, and maybe show some of my friends what it looks like. My fiance's brother quickly said, no. While some of the girls were looking at each other, considering her request, as she seemed generally emotional, and looked like she had been going through something. I followed up with, we're checking out tomorrow. I can contact the current owner and let her know that you want to check out the place after we leave. She quickly responded, no, it's alright. Are you guys from Sydney? We respond yes. And she said that she now lives there too and is staying nearby for the next week and was trying her luck out at having a look at this house. It seemed she was establishing that she was a previous owner, as she mentioned that the new owners added an additional tank. She asked if the garden towards the back of the property had been removed, because it was a problem. Before she asked if the red chandelier still existed. We knew the chandelier was white, not red, and she asked if we had access to all the rooms, including the one next to the grill, which we only had access to 2 of the rooms, and the other was padlocked. We said yes. We quickly had a look towards the gate and saw that there was a 4-wheel drive right outside blocking the gate. One of my friends had the wit to ask her name and if she knew the current owners so that maybe she could ask them for permission instead. She responded with, my name is Karen and we exchanged paperwork online, so I didn't really know them personally. She then asked if she can have a look around outside, and we let her. About 30 seconds later, she comes back out and asked what the current owners had done to a part of the area. We mentioned we didn't know, and it's probably owned by the neighbor. She then responded with, oh, The owner's father owns that property. She thanked us and walked towards the gate, all while checking out the house. I messaged the owner, letting her know that a woman named Karen wanted to check out the house. The owner then replied saying, "That's odd. There's no previous owner named Karen. We'll let the caretaker who lives down the road know about this." We created all these scenarios in our head. What if the padlocked room was what she wanted to check out? We didn't see her friends, so we didn't know who she had to deal with. We're glad that we didn't let her, as we don't know what anyone's capable of. Also, we pointed out her bravery in approaching a group of strangers to check out the house when she could easily contact the owner instead if she was going to be in the area for a week. We checked out the property history and found out that the house was built in 2007 and was sold in 2013 and again in 2018. The property photos had a red chandelier prior to being sold in 2013, which means it wasn't hers to begin with. Her spiel made it sound like she built the house and had lived on the property for 10 odd years. We were pretty on edge that night. Every little noise, we would jump assuming it was her or her friends coming back to have a look. Who knows what her plan was? I was about 10 at the time that this happened, and even after 13 years, I feel so gross and uneasy thinking about it. My mother bought me Heelys when they had come out, and I practiced day and night to skate with them so that I could do it in public without looking silly. I remember I mastered it and was always so happy to skate around Walmart getting stuff for my mom and bringing it back to the cart while she did her shopping a couple aisles down. It made the trips go faster, and I enjoyed helping. My mother had a habit of going to Walmart after 12 a.m. though, because she didn't like lines and people. It was always a much more carefree feeling during that time, so I didn't care. I enjoyed being out of the house. This was all very common. I say all of this because it was another 1 a.m. trip to Walmart for me and my mom, and since it was so common and so empty, she wasn't at all concerned to watch over me or where I went. She knew either I'd find her, or worst case, she'd find me in the video game section. So I was skating around just looking at different stuff in different aisles. An employee in the dishes section told me to stop skating in the store. He was a short and chubby older guy. I wasn't one to argue, and I got told that often. So I say, "Okay." I walked into another aisle and then skated into the frozen meat section, rolling my eyes. I remember thinking how stupid it was for an employee to be upset that I had brought my Heelys into the store. When I heard some guy behind me yell, "Hey!" I ignored it at first. My mother had just turned the corner at the far end of the long aisle, and I was focused on catching up. Then the guy yells, "Hey you, kid!" I stopped immediately and turned around. This time, it wasn't the heavy-set older guy. It was a younger, skinny guy, maybe in his mid-30s. He had short, greasy black hair, and some facial hair as well. He was storming up to me, and immediately, my stomach started sinking. Something about him just felt off. Looking back now, he looked like a tweaker. His right eye twitched slightly a few times, and even though he was looking at me, he wasn't looking me in the eye at all. His hand twitched a couple times too while he was coming up to me, and his face was slightly turned down instead of straight. I expected him to lecture me on skating, and at first he did. "You shouldn't be skating in the store," he said. He didn't yell, but it was very forceful in a lowered voice. "Sorry," I replied. I started backing up because this guy kept advancing though, until I was backed up against one of those lower coolers that were in the middle of the Walmart aisles. He walked right up to me, literally on top of me. His whole body was just a couple inches from me. I got scared, and I remember feeling so sick. I remember panicking and hoping that my mom would turn back around. I honestly don't know why I didn't yell for her. He put his hands on either side of me on the cooler and then leans in like he's trying to kiss me. I immediately looked away, so his mouth just ended up a couple inches from my ear instead, and he starts quietly talking to me while shifting his weight between his feet. It was like he couldn't stand still. or like he was trying to decide if he should get even closer. "Why are you skating here? You know that's bad, right? You're gonna get in trouble." All while saying this, the fucking creep was waving his head back and forth like he was trying to get an angle to kiss me. I just kept abruptly turning my head and looking at the floor. He continues, "You should be a good girl. Can you be a good girl for me? Stop skating around here like that?" "Yeah, sorry," I mumbled, trying to shrink away. He kept talking for a minute or two, but I tuned him out and just kept repeating, "Yeah, okay," just willing him to quit, having made his point. He then raises one hand like he's gonna cut my face. Before he could, he stops and his head snapped back. He looks off at something behind me, then drops his hand and backs away. He backed up until he was between the two side aisles, and I quickly bolted down the aisle. I could feel him watching me as I went, but I never looked back. When I got to the end of the aisle, my mom wasn't there, but an old lady was, and she had been coming up the aisle towards me. I ran past her till I found my mom 3 aisles away. I never told my mom what happened, but I stayed by her the whole rest of the time. I felt disgusted and scared and was internally freaked out, but I didn't tell her. I don't know if I thought maybe I would get in trouble or what, honestly. But I was looking over my shoulder the rest of the time, trying to spot him. I never saw him again, not that time or any other time after. I never felt comfortable being on that side of the store again by myself. I will say, in a weird twist, it did not deter me from skating in Walmart though. Just a creepy Walmart employee. I hope we never meet again, and I hope you get some fucking help. So this takes place in August of last year, right before I moved to a different state for school. This story involves myself, 18 at the time, and my sister and cousin, both 14 at the time. And on the day in question, we decided to go on what we call an Uzi adventure, where we basically get in the car and drive until we find something to do. That day, we decided to go to Target, but instead of the one that we usually go to, we decided to go to a different one that was in the south end of the city we lived near. A little background about the area I lived in. I grew up most of my life outside of Detroit. The part of this area I lived in was more of a suburban, downtown side of the south end. It was known for all the weird, dangerous people living down there. For example, a few months before this incident, a boy was shot walking to school by some retired firefighter for asking for directions, and just this year, a lady was found nude, attacked, strangled, and bitten multiple times in the face by an attacker at her apartment just down the road from the Target, but thankfully, she survived. Anyways, for some reason I still don't know why we decided to go to the South Target instead of our usual one. We got there, and my sister and cousins get a couple of things for school while I pick up a CD. We check out, and we get out to the car when we see a green Chevy Trailblazer is now parked next to my car. I didn't notice anything besides the fact that the driver's seat was reclined all the way back, the window was slightly open, and it looked like someone was sleeping in the car. My sister gets in the passenger seat, and my cousin right behind her. And literally, the second she got into the car, she said, drive now." I didn't really think much though, because she didn't sound panicked or anything. So I drive, and once we pull out to the main road, she told me that when she saw the old man lying in the driver's seat, he was jerking off to people walking past, more specifically children and their moms walking past. My cousin then says that she saw him too, and of course we freaked the fuck out and tried to decide what to do. We ended up pulling over into a Staples parking lot and sitting there trying to decide if we should call the cops. My sister is crying at this point and having an anxiety attack because she thought that she would get in trouble with our parents for calling the cops. Eventually, I convinced my cousin to call 911 and put in a report because my sister was still crying about not wanting to call the cops, and I suck at phone calls. Maybe a half an hour later, after the incident, we had a call from the police pretty much telling us that they found him in the car with his pants off and his tic tac out, and that he was a repeated offender and had done this apparently extremely often. They told us that we needed to come down to the station and file an official report. At this point, our parents had no idea what was going on, and I'm not sure we wanted them to know, specifically my aunt, because she is known to blow stuff extremely out of proportion and would probably never let my cousin leave the house again. But now that we were going to be at the station, we had no other choice but to tell them. So we tell our parents, and my mom, dad, brother, aunt, uncle, and cousin meet us at the station. I also remember that there was maybe 1 or 2 police officers on duty that night, and we had to wait a couple hours while they called the detective at his house, and he ended up interviewing us in his pajamas in the fax room. Months later, I was at school in another state when I got a subpoena to come to court. We ended up having to go to court 2 separate times, and I would have to fly home for a month or 2 the second time because he had appealed or something, before eventually pleading guilty the second time around. And he's now out on parole after pretty much serving no jail time. To end the story off, we don't go to that Target anymore, and the last time I heard about this was a call from his parole officer asking pretty much my viewpoint and if I had to go to therapy because of it. I guess on the lighter note, because my family and I have a warped sense of humor, we now refer to this as the pickle tickler incident. Anyways, 74-year-old man we found tickling his pickle in the car to little kids and caused us to spend hours at the police station. Let's not meet again. At the time, I was about 5, and I was living in an area of Florida that surprisingly was one of the most prevalent spots for human trafficking in the country, apart from the big cities. It's cleaned up now, but at the time I thought this area was pretty nice. My mom has never been that great, so when she took me to Target, I pretty much knew the drill. No tantrums, no asking for anything, and no wandering. I can't quite remember why we went to Target, but I remember us passing through the pillow aisle. Some part of my kid brain wanted to test out the comfort levels of all the pillows, so I kneeled on the ground and told my mom to wait. She stared at me for a few seconds and said something along the lines of, "Hurry up, I don't have time for this," before disappearing around the corner. I don't really think she left me there on purpose. Maybe she thought I would get scared for being apart from her and scramble quickly to follow her. I tested out 2 pillows before getting freaked out, and I went looking for her. She had vanished. I began calling her name, and I remember she told me to go to the front if I ever got lost, but the Target was so big that I got confused. A woman grabbed me by the wrist. She wore a bluish green blouse and had dark hair, but I think it was a wig. It didn't look right. She started pulling me to the front of the store, and I began to cry really loudly. I shouted for my mom while this woman dragged me out, and we got to the automatic doors before my mom barreled out of the aisles and grabbed me out of the woman's grip. The woman ran out of the store quickly, and I only remember this because of how my mom gripped my face and screamed at me to never walk away from her again. Even though she left me, she apparently forgot about this. After that, I never wandered, but I recently learned that Targets are known for their kidnappings. Pretty strange to think what I might be doing now if that woman actually kidnapped me. Would I even be alive? Pretty sure if my mom didn't find me, a few seconds later I would have been gone for good. When I lived in the city, going to Target was a daily thing. I had to go find some pants to wear to a party, so I went to Target to see what they had, and if I could find anything that I liked. I noticed this guy had walked in right behind me, and every time I turned around, he just happened to be there. So I thought it was just a coincidence, and maybe he was into the same stuff as I was, since we always ended up on the same aisle at some point. I had walked over to the makeup to look for some new foundation because mine was gone, and I just happened to turn around and he was standing right there in front of some makeup. So at that point, I knew something was up. He wasn't holding anything and was just standing around trying not to make eye contact with me every time I looked at him. I walked out to the checkout line because I wasn't feeling comfortable anymore, and I had a gut feeling that if I stayed in the store, that something would end up happening. He followed me over to the checkout line, again, with nothing in his hands, so he had nothing to pay for. He just stood there looking around every time I looked at him. He was acting like I couldn't see him, or even feel him looking at me. I paid and grabbed my stuff, and I was walking out the door, but I didn't want him to follow me to my car, so instead I walked out the other end of the store to go to the bathroom. He didn't follow me to begin with, but when I walked out of the bathroom, he was standing there right in the men's section, looking at underwear and socks. Again, not holding a single thing, but just watching me. So I walked around some more, just to see if he would follow me again, and he did. I found a manager and pulled him to the side and whispered to him that an older man had been following me around the store the whole time that I'd been in here, and that I didn't feel safe enough to walk to my car alone, so I'd just been walking around trying to lose him. The manager told me that people have been caught trying to kidnap people for sex trafficking, and they had a prior incident a couple months ago. He told me that it was smart to stay in the store. He called the police, but the guy left the store before he showed up. If you ever have a gut feeling, please listen to it. That day could have ended a lot worse for me. Creepy guy in Target, let's not meet again. So this didn't happen when I was a child, because I'm still a child. I'm a stupid teenager. It happened maybe a couple weeks ago, when my brother decided to take me and my older brother to go to Best Buy. By the time we were all in the parking lot, I realized I had forgotten my mask, and there were only 2 for both my brothers. Now, since you're not allowed to go to this Best Buy without a mask on, I just decided that I would stay in the car in the parking lot. Then, because I'm indecisive, I got out and followed him. Then, because I'm still indecisive, I bailed at the last second, because I didn't feel like going in and having to be around people. I turned back around and headed for the car. By this time, both my brothers were inside. I get to the car and it turns out my brother had locked it and I couldn't get inside. Whoop-de-doo. Now I'm stuck out in the sun of a rundown Best Buy parking lot, leaning uncomfortably against a car, completely out in the open. I couldn't go anywhere for shelter. It was a really odd, vulnerable feeling. So anyway, I'd been standing there for at least a long, painful 10 minutes now, and this other old car just seems to roll right into the parking lot. As soon as I see him, I get nervous because trafficking has been reaching crazy highs around here, but I dismiss it as nothing. Obviously, he's going to park, right? Nope, he just starts circling me, driving in circles around the parking lot, looking right at me from every angle. This is when I started to panic. I didn't have my phone, so I tried to get out of the line of sight. I walked quickly to the shady side of the car and sat down behind the front wheel, knees to my chest. I could still hear him circling me, and I knew he was slowing down now. This may sound like I was just being paranoid, but I promise you that you would know that feeling if you were there. It was really creepy. So this guy is really close to where I am now, and slows to a dead stop right next to the car. He opens the car door and is seconds away from stepping out when, praise God, my brother comes out from the front doors of Best Buy and calls my name, angry as hell for me being such a dumbass. This guy slams his door and takes off. I never saw that car after that. After that, we went to Best Buy because apparently they were providing masks